Nggak perlu ribet kalau ada cara mudah untuk punya rumah. BTN Property, pertama di Indonesia. Aplikasi properti milik bank dengan 4D Virtual Survey. Survei lokasinya secara online. Pengajuan KPR-nya juga secara online. So simple. Untuk new experience membeli rumah secara online, cuma di BTN Property. Solusi mudah, miliki rumah. Download aplikasinya sekarang.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our third Indonesian Energy Efficiency and Conservation Conference and Exhibition. Can I ask the organizer, may we start?
Ya Pak, silakan boleh dimulai.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And once again, good afternoon from Jakarta, everyone. And thank you for joining us. We have here today in our breakout on the industry sector. We have 4 very good, very experienced speakers, panelists. We would like to invite everyone to listen up and to listen in and to pay attention to what we have to say, what the panelists have to say. So shall we begin? And we have here the first speaker is Pak Hikmat Derajat from PLN. Pak Hikmat, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and then moving on to your presentation. Thank you, Pak Hikmat. Monggo, silakan.
Thank you, Pak Gatot. Good afternoon, everybody. My name Hikmat Derajat, comes from TTPLN Persero as a state-owned enterprise on the electricity providers. I will share my screens. Okay. I will present the supplying clean power for industries. This is one of the PLN programs in order to deliver the service to the markets, especially to the customers. Our taglines on the current corporate transformations is power beyond generations. Means we have been doing of the transformation for the long-term energy services. The first, we will introduce our enterprise overview 2021. Okay, currently general overview of our corporations. We install the capacity almost 63.14 megawatts, and we currently manage the 79 millions of the customers. And of course, we manage almost 1.6 trillions Indonesian rupiah total assets and 44,000 employees. And our last energy sold almost 244 terawatt hours, within 261 trillion rupiah. In Indonesia, of course, electricity business model still vertical integrated, starting from the upstreams to the downstreams. For the upstreams, we operate the power systems operations, which comes from PLN group and the external private IPP groups to supply to the grids, and then we control the centralized of the systems and going through the downstreams. And of course, in the downstreams, we manage a centralized customer services through our new e-mobility applications, PLN Mobile, and then we manage billing and payment systems. This is the new transformation based on the digital transformations. There are 5 initiatives. The first is the green. Green means we have been doing of the builds on the green power towards to 16 gigawatts hour on the 5 to 10 years later. The second perspective is the lean. Lean means how to deliver to the customers systems with the efficient way. And the third, our transformations, innovative. Innovative means how we can provide to the markets is of doing business on the getting electricity. And the last, our transformation on digitally, we customer focus on deliver services. This is our power supply conditions. The current conditions almost there's many renewable energy systems, which is divided to several power systems in Java, Bali, and Sumatra, and also Kalimantan and the Sulawesi. Our power generation based on the renewables, 2025, we will reach 23% of the totally of the renewable energy capacity of the power plant based on the renewable. This is the figure out of the each systems. Okay, and then I will to explain how to deliver services to the markets, which is the clean power to the industry. Based on our conditions, our supply conditions, almost 52% of the total capacity, the reserve margin, 18.3 gigawatts. We have to deliver through the way. The first way is product development, and the second way, how we can deliver through the process development. For the product development, we already prepare standard products, and then how to equate of the captive markets to take overs in order to deliver to the green power to the industry. And then, of course, we have the electrification programs, which is the agriculture programs, and then the marine electrifying program, and then transportations. We already preparing to electric vehicle systems, and then renewable energy certificates, PV rooftop, a total solution. And also we provide a product development from to a critical supply for the customers. Of course, the second way, we have to propose a process development through our applications, PLN mobile systems. This is the e-mobility, and then creating sales teams, and then CRM, collaborative with the third parties like the marketplace and so on. And the last, the sharing economy model itself. This is such of an example of our products comes from the household package, for instance. This is the regular products we have delivered to the customers, and also small medium enterprise package in order to supply to the small medium enterprise, and also the based on event like Ramadan events and so on, a social event at the Ramadan process. This is the how we deliver to the captive power acquisitions based on we deliver based on usage the electricity purchased to the customers. Before our captive powers acquisitions, take or pay. Then currently we change to the customers how customers can use based on the usage. We call take and pay, take or pay package to the energy delivered to the customers. And this is very flexibility way in order to change the captive power to supply to by PLN power supply. Of course, this is the electrifying agricultures, one of how to PLN electrifying the electrifying agricultures. This is some of the examples. In the night on the farming area, the plantations 24 hours got the lights from the suns, and in the night comes from our supply to the farmings. The goals is first is the efficiency of the use of fuel, means we have to electrify, stop the fuel, and then increase productivity of the farmings, and of course the farming modernization and increase the value added services. This is some of our products already delivered to the agriculture, electrifying agriculture area. And also, we deliver to the marine vessels. It means we electrify to a temporary supply to the vessel on the marines in order to stop a diesel supply to the marine vessels. And of course, currently we have been preparing to electric vehicle transportations in order to serve of the electric vehicles on the transportations. We deliver charging stations starting from the home charging units, and then for the publicly electric vehicle charging stations. We already currently built several charging stations on the public area, including on the toll roads rest area. This is part of the how PLN electrify on the new electric vehicles transportations in Indonesia. This is the detail of the PLN supports to the electric vehicle ecosystems. We built the electric vehicle charge-in platforms, means we build the platforms on the applications, how each customers of PLN can use at home the charging stations with the discount tariff on the nights starting from 10 p.m. to the 4 a.m. in the morning. This is the very attractive tariff in order to encourage the electric vehicles in Indonesia. And also we have how we can electrify the stoves. Before we already use the LPG, and currently we preparing to convert to the electric induction stoves in order to make an efficient more at the LPG consumptions to become the electrified induction stoves. This is the roadmap starting from this year until to 2030. In the roadmap of the how we prepare to convert from the LPG stoves to the induction stoves. This is very attractive in order to make our efficiency on the LPG consumptions. And also the new of the PLN products is the renewable energy certificates. means we deliver also to the every multinational company in order to make them more renewable consumption of the carbon footprints on the products. This is some of an example of the renewable energy certificates, which means we already registers our some of renewable power plant to the global institutions in order to release the certificate on the global, and some of the multinational company in Indonesia already use our product REC, Renewable Energy Certificate. This is part of how we can deliver the clean energy to the industry by our product. And also we already released our new products, PV rooftop as a total solutions in order to deliver to the customer needs who will build the PV rooftop, and PLN can provide it as energy purchase based on PV rooftop total solutions. This is means in order to how PLN commits to deliver to the markets by the green powers based on the digital transformations. And this is how we currently process development in order to make better customer services through our super apps, PLN Mobile. Every PLN customers can download these applications based on the Android-based and iPhone-based. It means they can customer service self by themselves. It means this is the PLN Mobile. They can complain directly by themselves, and then if they want to upgrade the new extra capacity, they just click the new extra capacity and so on. And also on the payment systems, we already provided by these applications in order to make easy every PLN customers to make to buy some of token on the prepaid electricity systems, and then also to pay the electricity each month for their billing systems. This is what we call super apps of the PLNs in the current customer services. And also starting last year, we already make CRM tools in order to deliver the customer services better to our market on the public services. We already provided tools by digital tools, customer relationships management. And also based on our customers' experience, and then organize a database lead, and also increase sales productivity. This is how process development through our digital transformations based on the customer services going through to the markets in order to make easy every customers will communicate with our team at the fields. Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, of course, there are some many initiatives on PLN currently in order to deliver a clean power to the markets in order to make customers better in their services. I think this is our sharing these moments, and back to our moderator, Pak Gatot. Thank you very much for the conscience.
Thank you, Pak Hikmat. Perfect timing. Interesting that our PLN in Indonesia is taken seriously about energy efficiency, of course, and conservation of energy, and it is very interesting to see the programs and the initiatives that PLN has with regards to this matter, ranging from electricity, from green farming to electric vehicles and digitalization. So this is very interesting indeed. Thank you, Pak Hikmat, once again for your presentation. Next, coming up, I would like to introduce a gentleman whom I've known for some time. He has been in Indonesia. In fact, he's probably becoming part of Yogyakarta itself. My friend, the expert in trigen and cogeneration, Mr. Niels Warburg, will be up next. So if Mr. Niels Warburg can prepare himself to present and share his screen. His topic will be cogen and trigen in technology for energy efficiency. I have been informed and I've been learning that the first fuel is energy efficiency. So Niels, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Makasih banyak, Pak Gatot. Thank you very much. And also from my side, a warm welcome to the audience and a quick introduction after the welcoming words of Pak Gatot. My name is Niels Warburg. I'm representing a German company in Southeast Asia and indeed based in Indonesia. We have our regional presence for the company Aprovis, which is again a German-based company, but with focus on the region with emerging markets here in Southeast Asia. We have been busy here for quite a while, more than 10 years, learning about the needs and the condition of the industry sector and the need for energy and also improvements in terms of energy efficiency. I will directly dive into the topic by sharing my desktop and presentation, going into the presentation mode. And here we go to have a look on not the factory here. This is the headquarter of Aprovis. As you may see, this is Germany, not Indonesia, not Yogyakarta. This is snow that you can see. So we are medium-sized. Aprovis is a medium-sized company. As equipment provider, yeah, we have learned to focus on the niche market, on a certain niche market, which we now go more into detail, but with a huge amount of potential, a huge potential for energy savings and in numbers, yeah, in CO2 emission reductions, what now everybody is talking about. That is mainly then already the segue to the technology behind it. Yeah, so now we are coming from the holistic picture that was given by Pak Hikmat regarding the energy supply in terms of electric energy. And now we see here a picture of the installation of a typical powerhouse in a factory or industry-based power supply. And this is heat recovery equipment, meaning we combine now different aspects of power supply and see the overall power supply of this factory to look how to combine certain equipment to become more efficient in total. This is called the combined heat and power concept, in short CHP. Yeah, and with this slide, I will introduce you the concept, what is behind that. So we have learned that PLN as a power supplier here in Indonesia is available with certain packages also to support the industry sector with power, which is simply necessary in order to produce certain products. Yeah, so it's all about the output of the industry sector that we generate a certain product to be sold on the market, maybe also the world market. So now with the CHP concept, we have not only the focus on the electric power, which we see here with, in the arrow on top, but we combine this electric power now with certain other demands in a factory. Typically, there is a demand for cooling power. Yeah, when we think about the office buildings, but also cooling processes in the factory itself may require certain cooling power. when we talk about pharmacy, for example. Yeah, so there's then already the possibility to combine electric power production at site with cooling power. And this always requires some kind of primary mover, prime mover. This prime mover can be a gas engine or can be also a gas turbine typically. So we talk about the small or medium-sized powerhouse, which is decentralized. It is located at the factory and at site and producing electric power, and at the same time, as we see here, for example, cooling power or steam at a certain steam pressure. For example, in the tire factory, in the tire manufacturing process, steam is needed for the galvanization process. Also heat is needed, drying processes. Or we think about additional incremental power, the organic Rankine cycle. So there are several options. However, it's always a combination, the more holistic picture, not single power demands, electric power on the one hand, and for example, steam demand on the other hand. We think it together to finally come up with a CHP concept. More in detail now, as said, the prime mover typically is a gas engine or gas turbine. Yeah, so at a certain point, certain size of factory is typically making the consideration, coming to the consideration to invest into their own power supply. Anyway, boilers are needed to provide the steam, or also here the cooling power when we talk about chillers. And now to consider a decentralized, like a local powerhouse, driven in this example with a gas engine, and the hot exhaust gas of the gas engine, which we also know when we touch the exhaust pipe of the motorbike, it's always quite hot and even can cause some injuries. Yeah, so this hot exhaust gas, this is what we take. And here we see the exhaust gas line following the single equipment, which is typically installed also then in this kind of power application. So catalytic converters and silencers for the emission control itself, yeah, to apply this equipment to comply with the local regulation. And then the heat recovery equipment can be steam boiler, yeah, or economizer for the feed water preheating process, exhaust gas heat exchangers. And then what we release to the atmosphere is the cooled exhaust gas. So exhaust gas is simply cooled down and we utilize this free energy. So with a clear example here, just for a typical size of genset. Yeah, it's not the genset that we use for backup, a diesel-driven genset. That is a different application. Here it's really the continuously running base load. Base load concept where a stable power is supplied to the factory, electric power. In this example, 2 megawatt or 2000 kilowatt electric power supplied straight to the factory. That doesn't mean it is working independently. Still the connection to a PLN is there. Yeah, it's simply helping also to reduce the peak loads of PLN because the base load is already covered. And then PLN is simply like topping up the electricity demand by the grid connection. So we have now summarized here the most typical applications. Alternative one, I've called this one is a waste heat recovery boiler. So while producing their own electricity, 2 megawatt, there is free steam. Again, just take the exhaust gas, no additional burner or flame or something. It's just the exhaust gas, a hot exhaust gas. Instead of releasing it straight to the atmosphere, it's utilized now to produce steam, more than 1 ton per hour, which is supporting the steam line in the factory with free steam. So it's a one-time investment. After that, this is free energy. Alternative 2, we combine this steam boiler now with a vapor absorption chiller or the double effect absorption chiller. That is needed to generate cooling power out of heat. Sounds strange, but it's a state-of-the-art technology, not coming from our province. We collaborate with several suppliers in that field, but it's a typical installation, especially here in the tropical countries, to utilize exhaust gas heat and come up with cooling power to be provided to the office buildings or to the production process. In this example, 2 megawatts electric power, again, additional free cooling power of 650 RTs, roughly estimated. Alternative 3, now we talk about hot water or thermal oil application. When in a starch factory, for example, the drying process driven by thermal oil, or when we talk about packing industry, thermal oil demand, a hot water demand is there to melt the plastics granulate, can be provided by the hot exhaust gas in a range of roughly 1 megawatt thermal power, again for free. Yeah, so all this is working not in parallel, it's actually either way, alternative 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah, but you see there are several options that are on the table to discuss this CHP application. Again, at free energy, how come actually that we can gain such an additional output? This is now summarized in this graph here, where we see the energy generation efficiency of this powerhouse there, the local power plant for this factory in this example. Again, one genset. The genset typically gas engine generator, we see it here with on the second row from the bottom, typically comes with an electric efficiency of 40 to 50%, meaning more than 50% of the fuel is just burned to be released to the atmosphere and doing nothing. Except we look now into these CHP options, combined heat and power or combined cooling heat and power. And this is now utilizing this remaining portion, this hot exhaust gas and also jacket water, cooling water for the engine, for example, to generate, again, something useful for our production process. And this is how we end up in the green zone in efficiency values, overall efficiency values of more than 60, 70%. Yeah, up to 80 or 85%. In Germany, the highest efficiency rate is more than 90%, but this is like a district cooling and district heating circuit where we can always utilize the maximum portion. One more technical slide, and then I will release you back to the more general picture here, but with this energy flow chart, I just want to make sure that this message also is conveyed, that the primary power, again, this is the natural gas in our example, or the fuel, so to say. Again, electric power for a gas engine, typically here, the output 42%, 40 to 50%, let's say. This is the mechanical output, this is the electric power that we get. So sure, there are losses, heat dissipation, but we see here in this example then, like actually still a portion of 30 to 40% is remaining as useful thermal power that we can utilize to finally to be used in the factory process. And this 40%, this red circle power, this is what we focus on to use it instead of just dumping it to the environment. So we finally, not only in terms of carbon footprint, we generate like profitable assets. There's a one-time investment, but this turns out to be cost effective after quite a short period. Yeah, sometimes we talk about 2 or 3 years, so maximum 4 years return on investment for this kind of combined heat and power application, simply because of the high efficiency. So it's self-production on the one hand, but also the grid connection still necessary. Yeah, it's a combination. We work hand in hand with PLN in that aspect. Where to start with all that? Well, now power demand evaluation, we just again look at the holistic picture, the factory user requirements that are given. And here I copied your table, which is like the first thing that we can do. Just go to the factory, to the production, to the head of production, who knows best about all the production processes, but doesn't care too much about the powerhouse. Yeah, I need the power to produce. So somebody else is taking care of this, of the power supply. But in order to come up with a heat recovery concept, we first of all evaluate what is needed. And then we find the best way to combine all this. You see then here the overview of fields of sectors that are relevant for this kind of technology. Yeah, so in the agriculture business, landfill, wastewater treatment, several opportunities, but for sure the industry sector, the mining sector, utility plants, and also data centers. More and more look into this state of the technology, which is widely proven. It's nothing, it's not rocket science. It's just a thoughtful picture of the overall process, considering all aspects. Closing with the examples you may have heard here, most of these names, these are the typical engine manufacturers that we collaborate with. Again, Aprovis is equipment provider, so we provide this heat recovery equipment in collaboration with the prime mover, with mostly the gas engine or gas turbine manufacturers. My contact data, this presentation will also be provided then by the committee, and you can also contact me. I'm happy to assist for any further evaluation. And having said that, I hand back over to Pak Gatot to continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Herr Niels. Very, very useful, very short. I wish we could discuss more. Niels, I know it's a topic that everyone should be thinking about. Efficiency should be on the top agenda in every industrialist these days. Thank you once again. We will await for questions. We will put that towards the end of our panelists here. Next on the speaker in line will be Dr. Tawarat Sutabut, and he's actually the Inspector General of the Ministry of Energy of Thailand. Dr. Tawarat is basically involved in his day-to-day in the government regulations, and his topic today will be what would be the challenges of small medium enterprises in energy efficiency. Because usually people would say, would think, would look, would see that energy efficiency is only for those who can afford, and small medium enterprises usually is thought to be not able to do that. But I hope to hear something different from Dr. Tawarat. Dr. Tawarat, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sawadee krap. Thank you, Pak Kato, for your kind introduction. I have a slide to present to you. Well, as Pak Kato mentioned, that I would like, my topic of presentation today is about the challenges in energy efficiency in the small and medium enterprise, or SME. But again, as Pak Kato mentioned, that I come from the government, so my presentation is more towards of the policy side, not very much of the technical side. I have three agendas to present to you today. First of all is to summarize a brief situation about my country on the energy landscape. And also my second point would be our current plan to enhance energy efficiency. And last but not least, some notable measures on energy efficiency that could affect some SME on both a technical, a financial, but also last but not the least, I think SME need this the most is the public awareness and the public perceptions and knowledge about the energy efficiency. Well, first of all, Thailand is about a size maybe 3 times smaller than Indonesia, but our energy consumption is approximately 76,000 kilotons of oil equivalent, in which that would equal to 1.5 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. And 1/3 of that consumption would be consumed in the industrial sector, another 1/3 in transportation. And in the industrial sector, about 20% is consumed by the SME. But the main problems in the energy efficiency in the SME has some, a barrier. From the research that we have in the past 10 years, the list of the 6 obstructions has been in place for a long time. The first is, it seems to be, energy efficiency seems to be in a low priority investment by management, because most SME, once they have money, where they probably think about the production expansion and probably doing more of the marketing, but not on the efficiency driving measures. Secondly, some of the project in energy efficiency seems to be either unattractive, the margin is very thin, or sometimes it is quite unclear on the risk and return of the project. The third point is the energy efficiency can have a complexity in the MRV process, or measurements, reporting, and the verifications. And fourth, energy efficiency always is a small project. It's not a large mega plant, but it's a collective, a small project that could bring to more and lean process in the productions of almost every industry. And fifth, the financing of energy efficiency is still very conservative, I would say, and the access to the cheap financing is still a big barrier for small enterprises. And last but not least, the sixth point is a lack of a good monitor, evaluation, and assessment activity that could provide some good feedback for most of the SME. So we have to tackle all this by a combination of carrot and stick measures that include some kind of a regulation and also some kind of a financial instrument to promote more energy efficiency. So that the Ministry of Energy draft a policy and directive to make sure that energy efficiency together with the renewable energy can be the mainstream of the policy in the next decade. In Thailand, we have a target to reduce energy intensity by 30% in 2037. As of today, the current reduction is about 8.2%. The baseline is at 2010. And in these challenges, and Thailand has experienced some barrier and obstruction due to COVID, and the pandemic has hit our economy very hard. The demand in electricity has been evaporated. The SME, a lot of SME has gone bankrupt, and the energy efficiency projects seem to be less and less important to implement in the next 12 months. So we have to make sure that the plan that the government has is encouraging to stimulate more investment, and also the government try to promote some technical support and provide more intense financial incentive to make sure that the SME can invest in some of the energy efficiency technology. And also we have a plan to electrify our transportation sector and promote digital technologies such as the IoT to make sure that energy efficiency and renewable energy can go hand in hand with the digital disruption. So the policy in Thailand has a 3 steps measures, including we have a law, Energy Conservation Fund Act, which has been enacted since 1992. It is obligated a large energy consumer to perform some kind of energy management, set a goal, set a team, and provide reporting on the annual basis to the Department of Alternative Energy Development and Efficiency, or DEDE, who is a regulator on this front. The Energy Conservation Fund, or ENCON Fund, also provide some money to stimulate the energy efficiency activity. It provides some kind of a revolving fund and some small grants for those who need it. And we also provide with the studies to make sure that the standards such as building code and the labeling program is in the forefront of the technology advancement. Last but not least, we set the goal in our EEP, or Energy Efficiency Plan, to reduce the energy intensity by 30% within the next 20 years. And next, I would elaborate more on our current energy efficiency plan. As I mentioned to you, the goal is to reduce the energy intensity by 30% by 2037. And right now, as I mentioned, that the reduction has been progressed to 8.2%. The plan comprises of 3 pillars, including the compulsory or mandatory measures, for most of them for the large energy consumers, including the energy conservation practice. We also provide some standards for building energy code, and also the energy efficient resource standard for the power generations. And also the second pillar would be a voluntary that provide some guideline for the consumer, including standards and labeling. And we also provide some financial instrument, financial incentive through many mechanisms such as the DSM bidding or soft loan program. And we also promote the ESCO activity in the country. Last but not least, we provide some complementary program that would include capacity buildings, public relations and awareness, and also try to have some money to promote research and development on this. And some of the energy efficiency measures that would include the technical specification and roadmap. One of the notable one is the building energy code. Right now it's become a minimum standards. And now we are on the process to promote into the green buildings. And by 2030, we would promote it to be a zero energy building. And with that, the key technology that could go hand in hand is the district cooling. That as Niels Warburg, my my previous speaker, mentioned that cogeneration or trigeneration is very complementary on this particular application. At the moment, in Bangkok, this technology is booming. Not only just the government buildings, such as this slide, the government complex in Bangkok, which is the 1 million square meter big building. It has a trigeneration capacity, both for cooling and electricity. And also we plan for another mega project, which is called One Bangkok, and the Forestria, which is the mixed use of office buildings and residential area. And all of them has a district cooling and a smart technology that apply in this particular project. And also in Chulalongkorn University, we have a plan to promote the district into the Chulalongkorn Smart City, which include the mixed use of office, condominiums, hospitals, retail, and residential. And again, this is backbone by district cooling and district energy technology. And as I mentioned to you that one of the things that SME would provide to do is to make sure that they can use the high efficient electric appliances. We provide the labeling program, which is a number 5 program that is done by IEECCCE and DEDE on both electrical home appliances and non-electrical home appliances. Right now, we have more than 30 products which has been labeled. And going forward, we will promote the digital hybrid convergence of the Internet of Things into everything. It would equip with the controls programs that could utilize the solar energy during the day and utilize the cheap off peak power from the grid during the night, for example. And last but not the least, the program that we are promoting also focus on the SME, agriculture SME. We promote the smart farm application that could control the utilization of electricity within the farm. Either it's a pump or is the water aerations or cooling or heating for every type of farms. Last but not least, as I mentioned to you that the SME need recognitions. So the Thai government has put very emphasis on the public perception and promotion. One of the very successful programs that we have done for many years is Thailand Energy Awards that could lead to the ASEAN Energy Awards. And some of this could recognize the front runner of technology advancement in energy efficiency and renewable energy that apply into the SME. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Back to you, BREAKOUT.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kun Tarawat. It is good to see that our next door neighbor in Thailand is the government, the regulators are taking a very active role in bringing in and ushering in energy efficiency and renewable energy to the extent that its activity, its involvement is quite deep into even awards and also policies. So thank you once again. We will wait for to answer the Q&A if there are any questions later on. But of course, last but not least, I have Mr. Bjorn Odenbro from Azelio as our last panelist. Bjorn is at the moment based in Beijing, right, Bjorn? Maybe you can start by introducing yourself and your company briefly, and then presumably you would go forward to your presentation. Thank you, Bjorn.
Thank you, Pakato. And I'd like to apologize if I mispronounced that. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you may be. I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers to invite me to speak here. It's indeed a privilege. My name is Bjorn Odenbro, and I'm the Director of Global Business Development at Azelio. As Pakato has already pointed out, I'm based in Beijing, where I've been for almost 2 decades. And here I've been in the greater renewables and tangential industries for about 15 years. Indonesia is pretty new to me and to Azelio. We're still finding our ways there, hoping to make interesting connections through the IEECCE conference. Also, I should point out that we're probably the odd man out in this panel because we are not really in energy efficiency. We are an energy storage for renewable energy sources. So hopefully, like the ugly duckling, once bloomed into a majestic swan, you will find that we are still a pretty interesting company. Now, as I understand, I'm not sharing my own screen, so could someone help me put my presentation up? Would be much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, I think we can go straight to the next slide. So Assellio, a quick overview of Assellio. We are a Swedish company listed on the Nasdaq First North Stock Exchange in Sweden. That's the Stockholm Stock Exchange. We're Gothenburg based with 2 factories in Åmål and Uddevalla. Myself, I'm based in Beijing. I have my team in business development in Stockholm. And we also have project management offices in Morocco and Madrid. To date, our commercial footprint for the test pod is about 400 kilowatts, but we have 187 Stirling engines deployed in different solutions. I think we'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So we all know the problem. The world is electrifying fast with renewable energy sources, and in order to, which are unfortunately, even though they're fantastic in technologies, they are intermittent in their nature. Next slide, please. So what we do is that we try to fill out the gray area on this graph. The example here is PV, which experiences a short power production every day when the sun shines, with a peak somewhere around noon, but it does not offer anything when the sun doesn't shine. Next slide. This is our concept. Down in the right-hand corner, you see our test pods, which is a thermal energy storage coupled with renewable energy sources such as PV or wind power. In this example, it's powering a rural village. We'll go to the next slide. And the next slide again. Thank you. Our groundbreaking innovation, the test pod is pictured here on the right hand of the slide. It's a phase change material of recycled aluminum alloy, capable of storing energy for 13 hours with a 6-hour charge. It can deliver both heat and electricity. We warm the phase change material to 600 degrees for 6 hours and can then take 13 hours out. There is no degradation, and we can store power for several weeks in this. Next slide, please. The core technology of our solution is the Stirling engine. It's also the more complicated part of the technology. It has a 13 kilowatt output with very long service intervals of 6,000 hours, operational hours, so that is about 1.3 years. It's efficient and reliable, and it's been tested for well over 2 million hours in different configurations, as well as perfected over 25 years. It's actually a spin-off from the Swedish company Kockums. Assellio was founded in 2008 and have deployed our Stirling engine in a number of configurations, such as together with landfill gas, with a gas burner providing heat to the engine, concentrated solar power. Currently, however, we use it in our test pod solution for thermal energy storage. And we'll move on. Next slide, please. The test pod then, as I mentioned, is a long duration energy storage capable of delivering energy for 13 hours after the sun sets or maybe even the wind stops blowing. Therefore, it's most suitable for long duration, for base load power generation in off-grid or mini-grid configurations. If you only utilize the electricity from the engine, you get a 29% round-trip efficiency. However, if you also utilize the low temperature heat of 55 to 65 degrees, you get up to 90%, so very, very high round-trip efficiency from the system. What you see here in the picture is the test pod. Behind the white hood is the energy storage, the phase change material, again, aluminum silicate, which is heated electrically by renewable energy. And the heat is then conducted through a heat transfer fluid to the engine, which is on the back of the test pod under that gray hood. Next slide, please. So I apologize, this picture isn't coming through really clear, but if you look at the various strong points of our system, you get the 24 hours energy production potential with renewable energy. It's low cost, it's cheaper than diesel and batteries. If you can also utilize the heat, it has one of the best round-trip efficiency on the market due to the fact that the heat storage, unlike batteries, does not experience any degradation during its 30-year lifetime. You will also not need to make any replacements during the lifetime of your project. The test pods are designed to perform in harsh environments. We're looking at a number of key countries around the globe, in both cold and very hot countries. Because the test pod is modular, you will also, in a larger project, not have any downtime during service, as you will just take the test pods offline in clusters to service and maintain them. Lastly, all components in the test pod are recyclable, and the aluminum, which is the main part, there is recycled aluminum going in, and then after 30 years, you can recycle it again. Next slide, please. I would like to direct your attention to the upper right corner here with the LCOE, where you see that the LCOE of our test pod is 93 euros per megawatt hours, as compared to the technology that we're mostly seeking to replace, which is diesel, where it's 225. The same number would be 225, with lithium-ion batteries there in the middle, still a fair deal higher than the test pod for a base load solution. We'll move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. The test pod is a wonderful technology, but it's not for all situations. This graph here at the bottom, you see the storage time required, and on the vertical axis, you see the installed power of storage required. 100 megawatts and above, we find CSP solutions like storage or trough very difficult to compete with. And if you require 0 to 4 or perhaps even 6 hours of storage, lithium-ion batteries provide a cost-competitive source of energy storage. However, for longer duration storage and the project smaller in scale than CSP, we find our niche. And with the test pod, we can do projects due to its modular nature. We can do projects of 0.1 to 100 megawatts in scale. We'll do the next slide. This is not very relevant to this to this panel. I just wanted to direct your attention to it. This is a case where we are for a project in agriculture, where we achieve 81% CO2 reduction, displacing grid power and wood burning, as well as a 17% reduced cost of electricity. You can go onto our website and find other cases that may be more relevant to what you are doing. And there is also a wonderful tool there that we call the calculator, where you can put in the parameters of your project and get a report to show how much cost and CO2 the test pod will save you. Next slide, please. And we can skip this one as well. This is another case for mining. As I said, the test pod is fully recyclable. It doesn't use any scarce material, unlike lithium-ion batteries. Also, no conflict materials. It gives a, and this is the lifetime of the system. It gives a 96% lowered carbon emissions compared to a diesel genset. But because it's all then recycled, it also gives 29% lower carbon emissions than battery storage. And we'll move to the next slide, please. The test pod has won several awards. I would perhaps like to point specifically to Mission Innovations, to being listed by Mission Innovations as one of the top 100 solution providers for combating climate change, as well as the Solar Impulse Efficient Solution label as one of the leading 1,000 solutions capable of tackling climate change. We'll go to the next slide. Excuse me, next slide, please. Thank you. It's all made in Sweden. It's made in Sweden as its engine technology. Our company is based in Sweden's engine cluster, where Volvo and Saab, the automakers, came from. We can move on. Next slide, please. Yes. This is our high volume factory in Uddevalla. It's capable of making 23,000 units per year, total installed capacity of 300 megawatts of energy storage. We'll move to the next slide, please. We have 3 pilot projects out around the world. We have one at our technical center in Åmål, Sweden, 2 modules installed. We have another 2 modules installed in Ouarzazate in Morocco, and we have another 4 modules installed in Abu Dhabi with Masdar and Khalifa University. Next slide, please. We have also made our early commercial installations, the first one being in Dubai. And next slide, please. And a second commercial installation for an industrial facility in Åmål in Sweden. We'll move on. We have, the way we work around the world is that we form partnerships with companies in the countries that we think are important to us. We have yet to form one in Indonesia. As I said, Indonesia is new to us, even though it is one of the top 10 countries we have identified in around the world that could benefit from the test pod solution. We have 14 partnerships signed to date. Next slide, please. And I think we can go to the next slide. Very quickly, I will wrap up. We see the following 8 segments around the world as important to us. In Indonesia, we're still trying to determine which are the most important: agriculture, mining, resorts, telecoms, where we look at data center and telecom towers that need to be powered with clean energy or in off-grid configurations, water treatment, oil and gas, communities on mini-grids, and rural electrification. Basically anything off-grid and distributed is where diesel is used for base load is interesting to us. And the next slide, please. These are some of the strategic partnerships we work with around the world. Masen in Morocco, Masdar in the Emirates, and the Khalifa Universities, Chalmers University, and KTH. We'll go to the next slide, please. And I think I will leave off there. Thank you very much for your attention and for listening to me. I'll hand it back to Pak Gatot now.
Thank you so much, Bjorn. Very interesting indeed. To be frank, this is the first time also I hear about this product. There is a question from the audience participant, but the person is interested, so we'll take care of that presentation of yours. I think it is okay to distribute, right, Bjorn?
Yes, it's okay to distribute. Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, I think that's wrap up our panelists. We have 4 excellent panelists. We've just heard from PLN, Pak Hikmat, and then from Aprovis with Niels from Yogyakarta. And of course, we have Bjorn, and then of course, we have Dr. Tuarat from Thailand. Now, I'm opening the session for Q&A, giving the opportunity for everyone to ask questions to our panelists. And as usual, being the moderator, while we are waiting for the questions from the participant, if I may, I would like to ask Dr. Tuarat from Thailand. You know, it's interesting that energy efficiency has been a very important important thing in our modern life, becoming more and more important. But we realize, because I am from the private sector, we realize that we cannot do it alone, and the government really have to step in and support the private sector who is both, who are both do want to make business, that is admittedly, but at the same time also doing business responsibly and paying attention to energy efficiency, paying attention to renewable energy also. But Dr. Tuarat, what would be the Thai government's drive to help and to participate in such a way that I have seen, and we've all seen from your presentation, the involvement of your government? I mean, what drive does it have so that it has involved itself pretty deeply and widely?
Gato, it is very interesting and very. My government is planned to stimulate the renewable energy by using the Energy Conservation Fund to provide some kind of financial instrument, such as soft loan and credit, to make sure that the end consumer can enjoy the cheaper than normal. But it's not, well, maybe some small grant will be giveaway, but right now the solar rooftop on the commercial roof is very popular. The price of the PV panel has dropped dramatically in the past 5 years, and it can compete with the price of electricity from the grid. So for the industry that has a large roof, either it's a commercial or it's residential, we promote them to have a chance to install their own power panel, the solar panel. And if not, we promote the solar installer to install the solar panel for them and sell the electricity based on private PPA type. And that could be financing through the soft loan program that the government provides. So that the benefit that the government would have is the increase of the renewable energy into the system. The end consumer would enjoy the cheaper price of electricity, and also the installer, most of which are SME, can enjoy the job creations activity as well. So I think it's time to join hands between the government and the private sector to drive this forward. However, I do believe that some kind of the combination of carrot and stick measures, a good balance between carrot and stick is a good way to go. Stick would mean some financial support, but a carrot would mean some financial support. But some stick measure would be, each industry has to set the goals to reduce their energy consumption, or looking at the long term to become, a net zero or a near zero industry in the soon future. But thank you very much. But this is my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Tuarat. Actually, we have a question from I think Sketsa Saka. Originally, they require a presentation, which we will take care of that. And then there is a question to you, Mr. Tuarat. One of the major obstacles in energy efficiency you mentioned is complexity of MRV process. Can you elaborate more, and how do you or industry overcome this?
Can I take that question first?
Yes.
The most of the MRV complexity would be about the double counting. So, but if the clear guideline of the forms to fill in is clear, then the MRV could be easy. For example, in my country, we have a form for a designated industry to fill it up. Sometimes they use they have a fuse to generate electricity, and then electricity has to be consumed within their own factory. But when they provide the information, the data, most of them can provide both fuels as a raw material, and also the electricity that used in the factory, and that can be seen as a double counting. So the process of a clear guideline on how not to do the double counting would help. And of course, the regulation or a guideline from the government, and to have a clear form, similar to when you fill up your tax form. If it is clear, then it's easy. But if it's complex, sometimes you go, no. So this is what the Thailand has been doing. However, there are some industry that could, some of the fuels can be used as an energy fuel and also as a raw material. For example, a chemical plant. So you have to make sure that the factory knows which goes to which portion, which one go to the energy portion, not the raw material portion. Thank you, Pat.
Wonderful. Thank you for the answer. Was that satisfactory, Sketsa, the answer? By the way, we are the organizer is already emailing the presentation to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, Sketsa. The document is on its way to your email. Any other question? I saw Firmansyah early on. I think if I remember rightly, he had a question again to Dr. Twarat, and that is that maybe knowing Indonesia as far as you know, how would your technology sorry, actually this question is for Bjorn. Bjorn, there's a question. I know Indonesia is new to you because you mentioned that in your presentation, in your speech. But there was a question: how does your technology and product suit Indonesia?
Well, we have been looking into Indonesia for a little while, so we have a basic idea. I understand, to begin, first of all, anyone knows that Indonesia is a nation that consists of many islands, and that there will therefore be a lot of distributed power. I also heard that the Indonesian government will be encouraging or even mandating that diesel gensets are replaced with other power solutions. If you replace a diesel genset during the day with PV or something similar to that, you'll have power in the day, but not at night. With our energy storage, you can oversize the PV field a little bit, charge our test pods electrically, heat them during the day, and then you will have 13 hours additional power throughout the night. I think there are many areas in Indonesia that could benefit from this. Resorts on islands that are currently powering themselves with diesel, especially eco resorts perhaps. I understand also that Indonesia has a large mining industry, oil and gas industry that probably have off-grid industrial processes and stuff that need a base load power production. You will have agriculture, that perhaps dairy or slaughterhouses or any kind of cold storage that need to run 24/7 also and does not want to run on diesel.
Okay. Well, as you know, Indonesia or PLN has Hikmat here is present. PLN has a program to do what we call it's a tongue twister, de-dieselization. and basically the plan is to replace the small diesels engines in the remote, very remote areas with renewable energy. And I don't know, Bjorn, maybe your product can replace that.
We can help to de-dieselize for sure.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. I don't see the questions. There are more questions, but Hikmat, thank you once again for exposing to us that our beloved PLN is doing a lot of of activities in this area. I mean, any any one or two or top three things that you would like to see the participation of the private sector? I mean, you have here Bjorn, of course, you have here Niels, right? They are from good companies with good technologies. How do you see the private sector participate in achieving your goals in PLN, Pak Hikmat?
Okay, thank you, Pak Gatot. Actually, currently, PLNs open the technology based on the digital transformations. Of course, the participation of the private sectors, especially on the technology solutions, is encouraged to us and the regulators in order to deliver some of the renewable power plant solutions. And you mentioned this is our concerns, how our new tagline on the corporations, power beyond generations, means we commit to deliver the green power to the customers, to the industry, in order to make the very clean energy at the markets. Of course, we open collaborations with all private sectors based on the technology solution, and of course, our change the digitalizations means we have been doing to change the distributed diesel power plants to the renewable energy power plants. This is a very concern to us to collaborate with the private sector also. That's the additional information, Pak Gatot. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, Pak. Because I myself have been doing business in the electricity area, and a lot of my years I've been collaborating with PLN, of course. Time goes fast, Pak, when you go and do business electricity. You know, suddenly you know it. When you wake up, it's already 33 years or 34 years doing business with PLN. So it is good to see that PLN is developing into something that is catching up with the present era of technology. So that the way I look at it is because partly PLN is opening up itself to collaborating with the private sector. And that I appreciate PLN, Pak Hikmat. Maybe Niels, any comments about these discussions that we've been having?
Yeah, well, there's actually one red line that I see throughout all the presentations and discussions so far that I just want to bring up again, since we are anyway coming to the end of this discussion, this session. Actually, these kind of applications, energy efficiency measures. Yeah, we had the carrot and stick picture. Yeah, one is to push customers, to push energy consumers towards energy efficiency applications and measures, investing by themselves. But mostly in anyway, when we start on the level of like low-hanging fruits that we see everywhere present in this field, it is mainly for the user's own good. So there's one term that I want to bring up that is actually visualizing and bringing or picturizing that when we change to the total cost of ownership. So to consider one investment as a total and to consider the total cost of ownership for this investment, then we see, for example, investing in a more efficient motor. To bring up a very simple example, just throw out this 30 years old, low efficient electric motor driving the conveyor belt in the factory. First thing is to see the investment. I have to invest a certain amount of million rupiah for this new motor. Total cost of ownership means how long will it last? What is the energy consumption, the savings, so the return on investment, and then for sure for the maintenance and so on. But the total cost of ownership in the end is heavily reduced compared to the old version. And same encounters for the more complex solutions as well. We've seen Thailand is moving very fast ahead. I've seen many projects also in the presentation coming here from the Thailand side, which I'm familiar with, because indeed here the Thailand government has recognized it's like meeting all the criteria, bringing down carbon emissions, reducing the dependency on imports, on fuel, on gas imports, on natural gas imports, or the LPG imports, by simply using this kind of fuel, which is burnt then in a more efficient way. So there are so many aspects. When we see the holistic picture, just step back 1 or 2 steps, see the more wide picture, and then it's so clear that this is the first way to go. The first fuel, we save energy so that the overall consumption is simply reduced with these energy efficiency measures. That's the comment from my side.
Thank you, Neil. So energy efficiency is the first fuel. Correct.
Correct.
All right.
Again.
Well, I have one last question. It is a very important question according to me, because it's from a student of ITB, from Mbak Yuli Sari. Mbak Yuli Sari is asking, I guess, the question to PLN, Pak Hikmat. When more industries utilize their own electricity from renewable energy, i.e. solar panel, for example, rooftop PV, for example, how will PLN respond to this, since industry is one of PLN's consumers? Bagaimana, Pak Hikmat?
Okay. Thank you, Pak Gatot. In terms of the PV rooftop, we already released our new products called PV rooftop total solutions, means based on energy purchase. This is our response to market needs who want to build the PV rooftop solar panel on their property. Of course, this is currently we discuss with the Minister of Energy in order to make some improvement on Ministry of Regulation of the PV rooftop ministry regulations. Of course, currently we monitor how many PLN customers use a PV rooftop, and then we integrate with our systems in order to recalculate the export and import, the energy production from the PV rooftop. This is a very challenging to PLN, of course, because currently we oversupply on the other side, and the other side we have to commit to build together with our customers on the renewable energy based on PV rooftop solar panel. That's my response to these questions, Pak Gatot.
Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Hikmat. So, Mbak Yulisari, the basic response is that you know, it has to be living side by side, but PLN knowing it really well, its business, having your own power generation at your own factory obviously has to be not only safe, but also has to be in accordance with the regulation of the government. So that's basically it. Okay, well, we have run over about 3 minutes, but that's pretty good. We've got excellent speakers right on time, very interesting messages, products, and all in sync. And thank you especially for our next door neighbor, Dr. Tawarat, for your sharing. And of course, PLN, the place where I've been earning my living and making business with for many, many years. Terima kasih, Pak Hikmat. Niels, being a good friend in energy efficiency. Niels and I, by the way, everybody is active in the MASCE work group on industry. So we often share ideas about what is the next thing that should happen in industry sector with regards to energy efficiency. And beyond my first time meeting you, very interesting product. Let's talk more. I have your details, so I am very interested in all these things. So once again, everybody, thank you so much. We have picked our participant to 75, And despite the weather, it's heavy rain where I am now, but the connection, the internet connection has been excellent. So we are blessed with all those things. So once again, thank you everybody, and have a great week and a great time. Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ สวัสดีครับ
Thank you.
Menjadi pemimpin butuh persiapan. Untuk wujudkan mimpi satu demi satu, harus bekerja sama mempersiapkan masa depan untuk hadapi segala rintangan. Dan gapai kemenangan, raih hasil terbaik untuk perusahaan. Dengan payroll dari BTN Solusi yang sistemnya praktis dan otomatis. Juga benefits langit. Wujudkan impian dengan kredit ringan. Jaringan ATM-nya luas. Karyawan juga makin berkembang dengan pelatihan finansial dan wirausaha. Dan pastinya bisa bantu karyawan miliki rumah lebih mudah dengan KPR, guys. Karena hidup kita gak cuma tentang hari ini, tapi juga untuk esok nanti. Bersama BTN Solusi, impian jadi terlaksana. Dari Bank BTN. Menjadi pemimpin butuh persiapan. Untuk wujudkan mimpi satu demi satu, harus bekerja sama mempersiapkan masa depan untuk hadapi segala rintangan. Dan gapai kemenangan, raih hasil terbaik untuk perusahaan. Dengan payroll dari BTN Solusi yang sistemnya praktis dan otomatis. Juga benefits langit. Wujudkan impian dengan kredit ringan. Jaringan ATM-nya luas. Karyawan juga makin berkembang dengan pelatihan finansial dan wirausaha. Dan pastinya bisa bantu karyawan miliki rumah lebih mudah dengan KPR, guys. Karena hidup kita gak cuma tentang hari ini, tapi juga untuk esok nanti. Bersama BTN Solusi, impian jadi terlaksana. Dari Bank BTN.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the BO Breakout Session 4.2, the Industrial Technical Session. We are about to start this session. I'm your moderator. My name is John Rospati. This session is supposed to be moderated by Dr. Herman Daniel Ibrahim, but because of his, he has to attend another meeting in Yogyakarta, so he has just left from here, so I have to replace him as your moderator. I hope you are not a problem with that. With us here, we have 5 speakers in this session. So number 1 is Mr. Matthias Gustafsson. He is from Smart City, Sweden. So Matthias Gustafsson is from Smart City, Sweden. He is going to present the integrated waste management and technology for energy recovery and efficiency. Mr. Mark Lister, he is from Asia Clean Energy Partners. He is going to present the challenge of industrial energy efficiency in Indonesia. His institution has conducted study recently. So what we are going to hear from him is what the study will indicate, what the Indonesian industrial energy efficiency is having challenges. Speakers number 3 is Mr. M. Taufan. He is head of the AST Group Support Department Astra International, and is going to present managing supply chains for energy efficiency. Speaker number 4 is Bapak Aksin Sidki. He is the CEO, President Director of Indonesia Power, and he is going to present the power generation efficiency through using Reliability Efficiency Optimization Center. And last but not least is Dr. Amit Singh. He is from the Institute for Sustainable Community, IEECCE, and Energy Efficiency Service Limited, India. Oh, I'm sorry, he is a program manager of IEECCE and ESL. So his position is program manager for these 2 institutions. Okay, so we will have a 90-minute session. So the session will start now by asking Dr. Matthias Gustafsson to appear, and I will read his brief resume of Matthias Gustafsson. Please. So Matthias Gustafsson is a senior expert and project leader responsible for projects including waste management, renewable energy policy, and strategy formulation and transport. He has strong motivation to contribute to realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Matthias has developed a lead project, for example, in Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Rwanda, Uganda. He is currently the project leader of Smart City Sweden. I'm pleased to hear that because this conference participants are going to visit Smart City Sweden on Thursday, I think. Yeah. So that will be, we look forward to visiting you there. So we are going to meet there. Okay, and Matthias has a PhD in human ecology from Gothenburg University, Sweden. That's Gothenburg is that where we are to see, you know, we are to visit. So, Matthias, the time is yours now, please.
Thank you. I will share my screen and take you through the presentation. Yes, so my name is Matthias Gustafsson. I work as the project leader for Smart City Sweden, which is a platform for presenting and meeting with Swedish good examples of solutions in a smart city, reducing waste, etc. Sweden has very high ambitions on sustainability for a long time. We've been working with this since the late 60s. We have national environmental quality objectives, climate political framework since long time ago, and we are aiming for net zero emissions of carbon dioxide and climate affecting greenhouse gases by 2045. And there is a 70% reduction of emissions from domestic transports already set by 2030. And one of the things that is perhaps important to note here is that we see that in Sweden it's been possible to decouple the fight of climate emissions with the with also an economic development, and we see a very strong involvement of private companies in this transition. It's part of it, and it's very integrated in the way we work. Some of the achievements we have had is that very little of the municipal waste goes to landfill. 99% fossil-free electricity production. It might be noted that parts of this is from nuclear power, so it's fossil-free, but not per se renewable. We have a very high level of gender equality and an innovative mobility sector, and the mobility sector is one of the things that will be showcased in the tour that is on Thursday. But I think one of the really important part is about efficiency, recycling, circular economy, and for my topic on this speech is about waste, and where waste has become a resource in reality. It's not just a buzzword or a claim, it's actually done. So looking at waste management historically, what we see here, especially the blue field in the bottom, you can see that very little is now put on landfills. We have waste incineration with energy recovery, and of course also substantial amount that is biologically treated in anaerobic digestion mainly. Some is composted, but mainly for anaerobic digestion and biogas production that is then used for transports in industrial processes, etc. And also a substantial part that is material recycling. Some of these things that has led to this is, of course, that we have introduced a number of regulations and so on that sort of push the sectors to introduce actions to reduce putting waste on landfills, and by this also incentivize finding solutions that also make use of this resource in different ways. So going back to the industrial case, I think that one of the energy efficiency is really one of the things where a lot of things can be done and important measures can be introduced. One of the first steps is, of course, to understand what the measures could be in any industry. Often this can require an energy audit, a systematic review of the opportunities, and see what can be done. Larger industrial sites are, of course, very complex, but again, solutions can be there. And the drivers for this, looking at resource efficiency, is, of course, saving money and then saving environment. And you can also have this as it's required by regulations, but it can also be required as a part of being more resilient for changes in the future. So already now we see how actions to reduce climate emissions, for example, is introduced both as a measure to, in Sweden, for example, to save money on avoiding carbon taxes and so on, but also to know that it will probably be even more problematic in the future. And of course, also profiling companies on sustainability performance. So I want to go and talk a bit about some of the waste challenges seen in Indonesia. I've been working with several projects in Indonesia, both in East Java and presently also now in West Java. So these are some of my points that I want to raise, and some of the challenges that I see as an outsider on trying to make a transition to make waste more as a resource. So I would say that one of the problems being looking at this is that it's relatively complex to sell electricity to the grid. It's not that you can't do it, but it's a rather complex process to reach to this state. And I'm very happy to hear and see that many measures are sort of taken at the moment to make it less complicated, make it easier. And this, of course, also comes as a result of electricity being possible to generate in solar, in wind, and of course also with waste. I would also like to raise that from my point of view, I recognize that many people or institutions and industries, they look upon the waste as a bit of a burden or a cost. There is very few revenue streams in this, which makes also, of course, investments low. So there is a low investment in this, and many middle hands in waste management. And of course, another thing is that what is needed to find good solutions are regional cooperation on these things. But at the same time, there are so many things happening, and there is a great concern about the challenges seen, and also recognition that waste could be used for energy recovery, for production of energy, for different solutions. So some of the opportunities is, of course, put to valorization of waste streams, and recycling materials with source separation, mechanical sorting, and manual sorting is one opportunity that can be done on different levels in industries, etc. Another opportunity is for energy recovery from waste, and this is basically waste incineration with energy recovery, but you can also do it via production of first refuse derived fuels, and then as a second step, use it as a replacement of power production in an industry. Another very important part, of course, is landfill gas. Landfill gas is recovering the methane that is sort of emitted from the landfills, and methane, as you know, is a climate gas, and this is an opportunity to reduce the emissions from the existing landfills, and the landfill gas can then be used. But of course, again, producing the electricity on site, selling it to PLN is a bit of a complex process. So sometimes maybe it's easier if the landfill gas can be used directly for own energy demands. And of course, also biogas, using organic municipal solid waste as replacement for transport fuels and others. And as was seen from the experience in Sweden, this is actually something that we do on a large scale, and running a lot of buses and transports on it. And this is also cooperation between using, for example, slaughterhouse waste or other waste from industry in combination with organic municipal solid waste, which is source separated. Composting is another opportunity. So I will end there. My 10 minutes is up, and I hope that we'll have also a panel discussion on this. You will see the web link to Smart City Sweden, and you're welcome to visit the website to see other examples of cases from Sweden. Thank you. I think you're muted, John.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I agree with you that in Indonesia, generally, the perception about waste management is reasonable. So everybody knows that it is very, very important. But how to do it, how to manage it, how to be effectively get rid of that problem is complicated. Because, and I agree with you that there are lacking of clear regulation, and many various interests has to play out here. But okay, but we will discuss that later. Let me now invite Mark Lister to speak as a second speaker. Yeah, welcome, Mark. So let me read out briefly your resume. Mark Lister is the managing partner of Asia Clean Energy Partners, an international consulting advisory firm working to support accelerated clean energy deployment with focus on markets in Asia and the Pacific. He's been working internationally in many places, including Denmark, and also in the, for to lead the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency, the global hub of the sustainable energy for all, that aims to double the rate of global energy efficiency improvement by 2030. In January 2020, Mark was appointed global chair of the US-based efficiency valuation organization. I'm pleased to hear that because Maske would like to collaborate with the EVO in making our capacity building on M&V. So we will contact with you later on, Mark. Okay, Mark will speak about the challenges of the industrial energy efficiency in Indonesia. He has conducted a study in Indonesia, and what we hear from you, we would like to hear from you is what you find in the report. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much, John, and thanks very much for the invitation to speak at this, very, very comprehensive conference that you've put together here on this important topic of energy efficiency in Indonesia. As John said, our company, Asia Clean Energy Partners, is involved in advisory work around the region, and we did some work last year with the Institute for Sustainable Communities. So I'm very glad is also on the call and will speak later about some of their work in energy efficiency. But the study was really to look at what's happening in energy efficiency in Indonesia, in industry, and looking at maybe breaking down where opportunities are and what things could help to progress Indonesia and form new partnerships to take forward some greater actions. So it's very relevant to the topic that we're talking about today, and I'll go ahead and share some of those findings with you now. So I think most of you in the audience here would know most of the background here, so I'll go through it quickly. Indonesia is a large country in the world by any measure, including in energy terms. A large population, the eighth largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world, about 4% of global emissions. And as you can see, they're a large and growing GDP. Industry is about 41% of that GDP, so a large share, a portion to industry. And Indonesia is the largest energy consumer in ASEAN as well, about 36% of ASEAN's demand. So any ASEAN-wide solution for energy and for greenhouse gas emissions must include Indonesia. Demand there, as you can see, is forecasted to grow very rapidly. Another reason to sharpen the minds of policymakers on this topic. Renewables still quite some way behind, and as you can see there, it's about 6.3% of final consumption coming from renewables. Coal is a major part of the story for Indonesia's energy mix, and as the largest coal exporter, this is a factor I think that we can look at in terms of why things move forward quickly and on some of the emission reduction efforts. There's also some issue with subsidizing energy prices as well, which plays into the energy efficiency side of things. And it's also a difficult place to do business. As part of this study, we looked at a few different countries, and Indonesia is certainly not the easiest place for new investment to be made. In fact, it ranks 74 out of 104 countries studied in the climate scope study, if you're familiar with that study, in terms of clean energy investment attractiveness. So there's a number of reasons behind that, and we can talk about those maybe as we go through in the Q&A or in the panel discussion. So it's not that there aren't opportunities for energy efficiency. The National Energy General Plan, RUEN, is last done in 2017, I think, or at least that's the version that we looked at. And there's enormous growth there, as I mentioned before, an 8-fold growth expected in Indonesia between now and 2050. So from 159 million tons of oil equivalent up to 1,050. So that's the red line, the BAU line there. And the blue line is the understood or estimated potential for energy efficiency, 39% savings to 2050. And it's quite clear as well that through this master plan, industry needs to do the heavy lifting. So about 17% or 17.4% to be exact savings are expected from industry by 2025, with a range of intentions of how to get there across auditing, energy management systems, energy manager accreditation schemes, awareness raising, pilot programs, and so on. But progress on those things has not been that evident and hasn't been that obvious. In fact, some of those things are still there as intentions only, and it's not quite clear how they're going to be implemented. This is just a little bit more background on where the energy in Indonesia goes. I won't go through every one of these numbers in detail, but you can see industrial energy use growing quite quickly there, and as a large sector alongside transportation, which is one of the major focuses for this conference in terms of overall energy savings, for the transport sector being the biggest sector. But industry coming in just behind that and growing quite strongly. You can see there from the chart at the bottom right of your screen that services are the biggest sector, followed by manufacturing, and then construction, and then mining. So industry making up that 41%, that's more heavy industry. In terms of manufacturing, it comes down to textiles, food, chemicals, and fabricated metals. So these are the sectors that are important, accounting for more than 75% of the manufacturing sector. And if we look at electricity rather than thermal energy, which I'll come back to in a minute, then the textile industry is the biggest, so clothing and shoes and leather processing and so on, rubber, plastics, chemicals, these kinds of industries are the important ones for Indonesia. I think this is very interesting when we're looking at the potential opportunities and areas where we can create greater energy efficiency in Indonesia. This picture is actually a Sankey diagram, if you're an engineer, but it's a diagram that shows where energy comes from and where it goes within industry, so within a plant. And what we can see is that the vast majority of energy used in industry is actually going into heating systems. The black part of this line going through is actually coal use. Then we have petroleum in the light green, biomass in the dark green, and natural gas is the orange color. But what it shows is that really most of the energy used by industry is going for thermal requirements, into heating, into on-site power production, and so on. The blue line through there is actually grid electricity, and that's going largely towards motor-driven machinery. So interestingly, looking at industry's overall energy use, electricity is only 12% of final consumption. So the important sector here is actually in thermal energy use, and that's something that very much influences our findings and interesting in terms of what to prioritize. Obviously, this varies by different industries, but overall, thermal energy use is very important to Indonesian industry. So as part of our study, we looked at what could be done and what would be very influential technologies to focus on. And it comes down, unsurprisingly, to things like boiler systems, waste heat recovery, and economizers, which will help to improve the efficiency of overall boiler systems, and process control. So managing more tightly the energy inputs according to demand. And those elements can create enormous opportunities, and the estimates that we made are given in this table on this slide. And this is really a difficult set of assumptions to make, but in fact, what we're talking about here is only 2% of the market. So we're talking about an investment of $73 million to be made over a period of 5 years, which is a very small investment that would still yield good results. But that's what we saw as a realistic implementation rate, based on the fact that there's some challenges and barriers, which I'm about to get to. But this was the sort of rate that we looked at. It's still a large opportunity, being $73 million with a savings of $24 million. If we play that out over the whole opportunity, so that's 100% of the opportunity rather than 2% of the opportunity, this is a $3.6 billion investment, generating $1.2 billion in annual savings. That's a rough payback of 3 years, spread out over 20 years. That's 740 million tons of greenhouse gas savings at under $5 a ton. So there's a lot of cost-effective opportunities out there. These estimates need to be treated with caution, as I said, because we're really just estimating based on what we can see in the parameters of the market, not any actual reliable data points. So it gives you a sense of the size of the opportunity at least, and that has led to some policy being in place from the government, from ESDM, and from other agencies, including Ministry of Industry. But the National Energy Conservation Master Plan does outline, as I said before, some commitments to build on some of the building blocks of energy efficiency policy through energy audits and ISO 50001 and energy manager accreditation, online reporting systems for energy management, certification schemes, and John, you and I should talk about certification for monitoring and verification professionals. That's something that is very important or dear to my heart. But there's some movement towards that, public awareness and other pilot and demonstration projects. The only real regulation that's in existence for energy efficiency for industry right now is PP70, which many of you in the industry will be very familiar with, requiring industrial facilities that consume more than 6,000 tonnes of oil equivalent every year to submit reports and conduct audits and implement projects from those audits in order to speed up their implementation of energy efficiency or face government penalties. So this regulation has been in revision for, I think, a bit over 2 years. And the last I checked, which was about 3 weeks ago, there was still some prospect that it's about to be passed. And the revision brings down the threshold of industrial sites that would be applicable to have this regulation applied to them. So that would include more sites. The issue with this, and I'll get to this now, talking about barriers and challenges, is that in practice, this regulation hasn't been enforced. So what we've seen is basically whilst the regulation is strong and should provide for some serious energy efficiency implementation by industry, there hasn't been an enforcement of this. There's been no penalties levied, and people and industries and factories have not had to comply. And that's a real issue when it comes to talking about how to actually move things ahead, not just having policy, but enforcing the policy. So in terms of overall challenges and barriers, what we found from some interviews that we conducted with leading practitioners and also from the research was that there is still remaining a low awareness of energy efficiency among industrial users. It's not front of mind. It's not something that they're familiar with or thinking about as an important aspect to their business. And coming with that is a lack of technical capacity and project development skills, such that the typical industrial site doesn't have someone on staff or even access to advisors that can help them to design a project which would attract investment. So they're not familiar with the technologies, they're not familiar with the techniques of measuring energy savings and valuing a project. And what that means is that there's not a lot of confidence to be able to present to investors something that would be appealing as an investment, even though there may be many opportunities that are cost effective. So that's something that falls down on both sides of the transaction. Investors can't find projects and project developers can't find investment. And we hear about this everywhere, but it is particularly valid in Indonesia. There's also an issue with the smaller scale of these projects, so that financiers who are looking to invest may be looking for a bigger investment and a bigger return for the amount of effort they need to go to establish the viability of a project. So there's a sense that these smaller projects are maybe higher risk, and so that is built into investment premiums. So this is a real challenge in Indonesia, linking to the last point as well about no commercially attractive local financing, because investors need to understand projects, energy efficiency projects, and project developers need to understand the needs of investors. And this is something that we see as a mismatch in many cases, but particularly sharp in some of the industrial sectors of Indonesia. And there, as I said before, lack of consistently enforced regulations. So there are regulations, but they don't necessarily stick when it comes to implementation. So the implementation of measures made mandatory is very helpful, but unless it's enforced, that is difficult. There's also a number of sticking points, again, undermining transaction confidence around the capabilities of local ESCOs and energy auditors to actually be able to accurately assess energy savings and measure and verify them over time. So these are all important barriers and challenges that we see to further progress for implementation of energy efficiency at particular industrial sites. I'll just finish by saying the study concluded with some possible ways forward, and this includes the de-risking of some of the project-based lending, similar to what I was just saying around the need for improved confidence in energy efficiency investment transactions. So this can be done through guarantees, and that can be provided by development finance organizations where they can provide a credit risk guarantee for investors who are otherwise unsure about the validity of some of the energy efficiency investments. And so they look for, they either look for security, tangible security, or they increase the credit risk and they increase the margins that they will charge in terms of interest rates. So that can make it very difficult for projects to get investment. On the other side, energy savings insurance as a standalone product can be very useful, where it's been trialed in a number of markets around the world, but that's really where you're paying a premium to somebody to actually take that risk for you, similar to what an ESCO would do in actually taking on the energy efficiency performance risk. But they're the kinds of products that could help in Indonesia. And again, with this question about confidence in transactions, we see a whole range of areas in certification and training and professional accreditation, which could be improved, and that includes things like auditing, so certified investment grade auditors, investment saving or energy saving verifiers. This is work, both of these things I'm involved in through my work in the Efficiency Evaluation Organization and looking at improving monitoring and verification practice globally. The idea that we could actually look at project finance and project structuring workshops to help practitioners and factory owners actually develop good projects that can start to be financed. So teaching about the benefits and risks in these projects and helping them to structure them. Alongside that, work with the ESCO sector to actually help them understand the needs of both the financiers and the project developers and help to develop those companies into strong market intermediaries. The point 5 on this slide towards the end here is examination of demand aggregation models to scale up projects. And I'm very pleased that we have Amit from IEECCE on the call to talk a little bit further and explore a little bit further this particular item along with some of the other ideas and general awareness raising for industry as well. So they're all things that we thought would be useful in Indonesia. I think there's a long way to go and there's a huge opportunity there if we can start to push forward in a collaborative and kind of cooperative way towards some of those outcomes. So that's all I have to talk about today, but I very much welcome your questions and look forward to the discussion in the panel that follows afterwards. So thank you very much. Back to you, John. You're muted, John. We can't hear you, John, because you're still on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much, Mark. And it's a little surprise. There's no surprise at all. It's what you have found in the study, because I think I have contributed to the information as well, because that is what our insights say, that is exactly what you have found in the study. That the problem is not the regulation. The regulation, there is a little problem now, but the willingness to regulate and to improve the regulation within the Indonesian government is there. But the implementation, I mean, not the implementation, but the process of that regulation takes a long time. You're right to mention that there was more than 2 years now that we have for the first time reviewed the energy conservation peraturan pemerintah, what is the government regulation. It was more than 2 years ago. So we are now pushing the government to issue this, because we believe that this regulation is at least much better than the existing one. But not under regulation is a problem. making regulation is one thing, but implementing regulation is another thing. So we need a lot of help in helping the government to implement that regulation. It needs a lot of operation at the ministerial level, etc., etc. Especially when we are going to involve, to engage the local government. That's another challenge. But anyway, it's thank you very much. We need to talk about it later on. Maybe we can sit down and make some discussion about how we have to help government to implement the regulation and etc. Okay, I look forward to it, Mark. Thank you very much again. Oke, sekarang kita ke Astra Internasional. Pak Taufan atau Mas Taufan ya, masih sangat muda. Taufan is excuse me. Muhammad Taufan is the development head of Group Support Environment in Environment and Social Responsibility Division in Astra. Is it Astra International? I suppose. Taufan is an expert with over 10 years of experience in related field. His responsibility is developing policy, implementing programs, and monitoring performance and advisory in the area of environment, health, safety, and CSR for all Astra company members. The corporate policy is one of the his product includes the guidance to implement IEECCE and CSR to contribute to SDGs goal. Moreover, he is part of the Sustainability Leadership Council in Jordan, that is Astra Holding Company. Muhammad Taufan is an expert. So please, Taufan, can you start with your presentation? 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak John. It's a pleasure being here. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to share a quick presentation about managing supply chain for energy efficiency, which Astra has done. As a concern about fuel prices, long-term energy availability, and climate change, companies' attention is finally turning toward one of the most pervasive places where energy can be conserved. It's the industrial supply chain. The supply chain itself is the production and distribution network that encompasses the sourcing, manufacturing, transportation, commercialization, distribution, consumption, and so on. And before going further, I explain about what Astra has done in managing supply chain for energy efficiency. I can briefly inform you of Astra's profile. Next slide, please. Where currently Astra has a total of 238 subsidiaries in 7 Astra business lines, ranging from the commonly known one, namely automotive sector in Astra. But Astra now also has business lines for financial services, heavy equipment, mining, energy, agribusiness, information technology, infrastructure and logistics, and the last one is property. We are moving on the main topic, the energy and climate action challenges. Talking about energy efficiency challenges, there are 4 factors that Astra has identified. And the first one is economic challenges. It's how Astra's business must develop and maintain its competitive advantage. And also about the current after pandemic conditions, business a bit slowed down and policies to manage costs more efficiently too. And the second one is concern about the green industry. It's how does Astra have a sustainability strategy that also covers the issue of climate change and global warming and its efforts in emission reduction in all its business lines. And the third one is green technology. Astra strives to implement high efficient in energy and ensure that it has capable and high-skilled personnel in this area. The last one is in energy sources. What is interesting about fossil fuels, which are currently is the most dominant in industry versus the implementation of renewable energy. With some existing commitments and regulation, such as SDG number 7 and 13, as well as the commitment of the Indonesian government regarding energy conservation and renewable energy targets, ASRA has special concern in implementing energy efficiency and GHG reduction activities through our 7 business lines. As the one of the biggest company in Indonesia, ASRA also pursue value chain approach in its supply chain management. Our value chain approach starts in the raw material supply, especially in automotive sector. ASRA also foster local industries for its raw material suppliers. And ASRA implements supply chain management to ensure the efficiency of its supply chain process regarding the material and energy usage. This goal is supported by the implementation of Astra Green Company as our management system for environment, health, and safety, which covers the entire supply chain from raw materials to waste disposal efficiency. Specific to energy management, Astra Green Energy is developed as one of the development from Astra Green Company system. The system is focused on pursuing energy conservation and efficiency for our supply chain from raw materials to distribution to customer. And some important aspects that need to be considered in supply chain management. The first is the raw materials. In the procurement process, it is necessary to pay attention to the process of selecting green materials, supplier pitching, and periodically communication. And the second one is for inventory control. It is necessary to do smart scheduling of inventory and warehouse energy efficiency. The next is the main process. In the planning and production control process, it is necessary to carry out the daily detailed schedule of efficient production to minimize the energy consumption. Then in process efficiency, it's including the decision support system, real data monitoring, energy conservation, energy efficiency, and periodically energy assessment. In the distribution process, scheduling is very important. We have to arrange fleet demand and the delivery routes to reduce fuel consumption. In the same way with the monthly report of fuel consumption and continuous improvement. It is also necessary to minimize energy consumption during waste disposal by implementing the cleaner production. And what is also important is the PDCA cycle in supply chain monitoring. This is all that we take care of with implementation of Astra Green Company and Astra Green Energy. So this is what I said earlier, Astra Green Company as our environment management system. We started in 1999. There are 16 categories to cover all types of company in Astra. And supply chain evaluation through Astra Green Company, the first one is ensure PDCA cycle throughout the supply chain from supplier to waste management, and top management commitment to implement Astra Green Company. The third one is mandatory for companies to have dedicated function for environment aspect, resources efficiency, and the energy management. And then criteria on resources efficiency, supplier communication and socialization. And the last one is beyond compliance evaluation of energy management. Will be described in the detail through Astra Green Energy in the next slide. This is what I said earlier, Astra Green Energy as a comprehensive energy management system. This is a guidance in conducting management and energy audit, designed under ISO 5001 energy management system and ISO 5002 energy audit. Through a structured energy conservation initiative, Astra can improve efficiency, lower down the costs, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These are the key activities. We have a policy of reducing 2.5% of GHG intensity in 2021. Knowledge sharing and technical discussion to Astra Group Energy Expert Association. And then the Astra Green Energy Business Solution. This is we do as a project advisory, consultation, and renewable energy acceleration. And then energy assessment across Astra Group. We did it by self-assessment, group assessment, or corporate assessment. And the last one is Astra Green Energy Summit as a grand networking event and appreciation for energy success story between Astra Group companies. Here are some case studies in Astra Group companies. This is an example at PT Toyota Astra Motor, distribution fuel reduction program. Here, PT Toyota Astra Motor implements energy efficiency in its supply chain. For distribution, Toyota Astra Motor has conducted a comprehensive fuel reduction program in distributing parts to its depot and part shop. By implementing the PDCA cycle, Toyota Astra Motor ensure the sustainability of these initiatives. Starting from plant, Toyota Corporation has initiated Toyota Environmental Challenge 2050 and planning to achieve carbon neutral in 2035. In 2021, Toyota Astra Motor committed to reduce 2.5% of its GHG intensity compared to prior years. In brief, Toyota Astra Motor implements several activities to reduce fuel consumption from the supply chain, starting from direct packaging material delivery to Toyota Astra Motor. The parts from local supplier then are rerouted to reduce the distance to spare part logistic division. From there, Toyota Astra Motor ensure the schedule of delivery could achieve minimum fuel consumption. This also requires Toyota Astra Motor to combine several delivery routes. This implementation is supported by manpower competence. Toyota Astra Motor has conducted the eco-driving training and encourage the internal competition between their drivers. And each vehicle is also monitored with GPS and checked regularly through eco-patrol. This comprehensive initiative is reported regularly to Asia Pacific and also nominated for Toyota Global Environmental Award. The impacts of this program, fuel saving for 32,000 kiloliter, and the important things is 85.7 thousand tons of CO2 equivalent reduction. And this is the next example of application in Astra business in the mining sector through the implementation of green mining program, especially in digitalization and big data, energy efficient mining operation through strategic planning and comprehensive solar reduction program in coal mining and transport with scope of operator competence monitoring, road monitoring, and vehicle monitoring. And this is another example for manufacturing in Astra. This is from PT Denso Indonesia with cogeneration system program and PT Toyota Motor Manufacturing Indonesia with waste heat recovery technology. But also in several other Astra factories, it has also been implemented for the program to utilize the residual heat from existing processes. And these are the results and lessons learned at Astra for the implementation of Astra Green Energy starting from 2015 until now. In addition to producing energy saving, cost saving, but also the main thing is CO2 reduction, which we consistently improve. These are the key elements to achieve optimum energy efficiency in supply chain. From Astra, determined there are 6 things. The first and the foremost is the top management commitment. We think this is the most important thing for a smooth and successful implementation. Then the second one is integrated management system with PDCA cycle, so we can see the evaluation and what action we need to take. The third is pursue innovation focusing on significant energy use from business supply chain in order to get the most optimal result. The fourth, change management. The fifth is drive synergy and collaboration with the government, and of course also with the parties related to energy efficiency. And the last one is appreciation and success story sharing to be an inspiration to be applied throughout the supply chain as well as other relevant Astra Group companies. This is the last slide. Astra has strengthened the value chain in renewable energy supply through PT Energia Prima Nusantara and PT Bina Pertiwi Energi as a renewable energy suppliers. These are Astra Group company. Currently, PT Energia Prima Nusantara is running solar PV projects in 6 Astra Group companies with a total capacity of 1.2 megawatt. And PT Bina Pertiwi Energi has 32.5 megawatt peak total in mini hydropower plant project across Indonesia since 2016. And for the upcoming projects of renewable energy, Astra is currently accelerate of rooftop solar PV implementation in our sales operations and workshop in collaboration with PT Energia Prima Nusantara as a solar PV supplier, which is also an Astra Group company. Okay, I think that's enough for my presentation, represent what Astra has done. Thank you very much. Back to you, Pak John.
Thank you, Taufan. I would like to congratulate you that your company is doing so comprehensive things towards sustainability. I have attended myself, have experience in how Astra people are very serious in doing these things. I was attending the summit the other day, I think 2 years ago before, and I'm convinced that Astra is in the right way towards their objective of becoming green company in Indonesia. And you are lucky where you are guided by the international company passion that should have inspired the local people here. Thank you, Taufan, once again.
Thank you, Pak John.
Okay, so now the fourth speaker is Bapak Aksin Sidki. Pak Aksin adalah Direktur Utama dari PT Indonesia Power, sebuah subsidiary dari PLN, dan beliau memimpin mengelola banyak power plant yang dimiliki oleh PLN dalam hal ini. Mudah-mudahan saya tidak salah persepsi. Pak Ihsan adalah sebentar, Pak. Pak Aksin, sorry. Okay. Pak Aksin mempunyai pendidikan doktoral di dalam ilmu ekonomi di Universitas Trisakti Jakarta, lulus Magister Manajemen di IPWI Jakarta tahun 2001. Beliau sebetulnya adalah sarjana teknik nuklir, tapi barangkali passionnya tidak di sana, passionnya di bidang ekonomi, sehingga beliau menjadi pemimpin perusahaan dari perusahaan yang salah satu perusahaan yang besar di Indonesia. Pak Aksin Sidki akan bicara tentang metode atau sistem yang dikembangkan di perusahaan di Indonesia Power untuk mengendalikan atau mengimprove energy efficiency dalam power plant yang dikelola oleh Indonesia Power. Pak Aksin, sorry, saya suka salah. Pak Aksin, sorry. Mohon segera, ya, silakan memulai presentasi Bapak. Untuk diketahui bahwa kami ada interpretation service, dari simultaneous interpretation, jadi Bapak bisa memilih bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris. Silakan, Pak.
Yeah, or mix with others, with English
okay.
and Indonesian.
Ya, silakan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and other speakers. It is an opportunity to speak interesting event and afternoon, yeah. So we would like to deliver in 10 minutes maybe or more for what we do for making our companies consistent and efficient, and also growth with other power plant, not just only in Java, but also in all of province in Indonesia. Please, my slide.
Suara Bapak, maaf, suara Bapak kok kecil ya?
Kecil ya, oke.
Ya, kurang keras.
I will repeat again. What now? Clear?
Yes, sudah bagus.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, afternoon diseases. Thank you very much. Let's introduce my company first. Just only a minute. Next slide. Indonesia Power is the biggest company, power plant in Indonesia, owned by PLN. Indonesia Power is state-owned company. Next slide. What vision? Becoming the best energy company and sustainable. And also we provide energy solutions. And also we operate and maintenance, and also develop new business in energy solutions. I think it is interesting statement. Next slide. In this picture described, we operate and own in all provinces in Indonesia, mainly in the big archipelago. We have at least 7 power plants in Papua, and also we majority in Java, and also we majority in Kalimantan. We do hope that we grow with renewable, but mainly today we have a fossil. But by the time we would like to grow by renewable, and we maintain for existing power plant high efficiency. What method and what we treat, what we can create my team, I would like to share later on. Next slide. Yeah, Indonesia Power have many subsidiary company, especially Indonesia Tenaga Hijau is just only green company. We develop many power plant. Raja Mandala, we have a big hydropower plant, use tailing risk from existing our power plant. So it is very efficient and also more than just renewable. Next slide. Yeah, what our vision? Go 90. Go. It is clean, green, and 90. It's efficient and performance, reliability. Next slide. Yeah, we maintain in our power plant with the system. We have energy management system, asset management, and also risk management, and also finally anti-bribery management. So this our process business integrated management system inside our company. We believe that our partners are very happy if you know that our systems going on and so effective in our company. Next slide. Yeah, Pak Jokowi as a president, also ministry, Pak Erick Thohir, and also our CEO of PLN create the transformation program based on how to efficient you do with your company. I think it is important statement from the top of our nation, and also we refer to this to making our program with many innovation. Next slide. Yeah, there's also the red one, in this number. It is pengembangan aset performance improvement system, reliability and efficiency. Yeah, it is from our ministry and PLN and Indonesia Power described clearly by mention reliability and efficiency, and also mechanism efficiency of cost and also investment. I think that's clear from the top and also in operation in my side. Next slide. the important things about the green transformation, lean, green, innovative, customer focus is PLN transformation, and we redefinition this transformation. Lean is mean digital power plant. That's important for me because control of efficient consistently without digital is impossible. So we create artificial intelligence and also model. It's named REOC. Later on we can describe to you. It is number one priority in our company transformation. Next slide. Digital transformation for asset enterprise management and efficient also reliability. This slide describe what milestone we have. Finally, we create the business value, increasing asset life, operation excellence, and the important thing today, reducing cost, optimize, and others. Let me show my next slide. What we do about what in detail. Yeah. Thank you for our CEO in PLN. They also to us that for numbers about what can we reach about availability, and also we reducing in problem or force outage, and also head rate, and also finally cost. So we believe that we can reach this because we have a strategy, especially in how to treat our operator and also maintenance for all making all system by control our system in efficiency, also asset management. Next slide. Yeah, I think it is a common slide for asset management. Let's we see in the box, yeah, in the yellow box. Reliability, outage management, work planning and control, operation management, efficiency management. Pertamina, Astra talk before me about supply chain management. So now we share with you about efficiency management, one of part asset management in our company. Next slide. Yeah, the goal is our program improving efficiency, reducing operational costs, and reducing waste. I think it's three ways for making best practice in international company. So we can prove that this program going well in our company. Next slide. Now, we have maturity in every unit in our business. The level 1 until 5 years. This level describe what maturity we have. And it's consistent for every 6 months we making score for every our business units. So finally, my company integrated by system and have a maturity. So we happy because day by day, our level maturity going to more than 4. Next slide. This picture describe what we committed to making environmental, not just environmental, but also making sustainability. Sustainability, it's mean energy management based on how to efficient model approach all sectors in our business model. Next slide. Yeah, I think we will going to what we have a program, yeah, REOC. Next slide. My team create from this one. In our power plant, net plant head rate is consists from 5 points. Yeah, how to we can treat our fuel and use of water, and also how to main equipment efficiency, and also how to can we negotiate with provider, yeah, for making optimum and dispatch. And also we manage about our safe use in our machine for making electricity. And finally, from this picture, we can make a model to going to digitalize. Next slide. This picture describe about the 10 main driving parameters to roll out in speak about the efficiency in our power plant. The number one, flue gas outlet. We can control all our power plant by digital and 20 hours. And also we have auto dispatch if some power plant may be anomaly in the parameter. Our machine automatically auto dispatch with to all operator in all power plants in Indonesia. And also condenser and others, yeah. It is just only make sure about what international perspectives about what meaning improve to efficient in several numbers in power plant. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this is our digital program. All management process, especially in asset management, digitalize totally from inventory and also procurement. Dikimong, what is that? It is operational approach and maintenance approach. We also create digital system, ROC, Reliability Efficiency Optimization Center. So we will explain for just making sure that our program consistent in efficiency approach. Next slide. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this picture is our control room in head office. ROC can control hundreds power plant in one station like this picture. And for 24 hours, we have staff on there. No problem, someday, like this picture, no staff on there. But this machine, this digital platform still work every times, every minute, every seconds. And ROC monitor and control, not just only in Java, but also in many provinces. Power plant can join with me, just only making collaboration and also head of agreement, open discussion and what we can access to the all parameter. And finally, with my artificial intelligence can be prove that your power plant good or no in performance and efficiency. Next slide. The RAOC concept is analyze, advise, and optimize. I think if you have power plant and you know just only have operator, no problem. The engineer can be adopted by RAOC approach. Yeah, with a digital machine, our problem can be analyzed, and also we have advice with protocol, and also we guarantee that optimize all power plant and REOC management can be assured. Next slide. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, I think it is what the mechanism dispatch of RAOC. RAOC is like live organism, yeah, 20 hours and real time. So it is like a cloud approach. And also combine open data and data integrity also. So finally we can reducing in not just only cost, but also making improve in efficiency, also making reducing any problem in our in all power plant. Next slide. Yeah, sorry, it is so small, yeah, but it is describe that we can detail one part of power plant, for example, boilers, pulverizer, turbines, can be analyzed one by one. So it is very complicated, but we can manage so well with this REOC system. Next slide. Yeah, for example, Suralaya power plant, it is the biggest size power plant in Indonesia today. You can show that Suralaya 1 until 7 will well managed by me, by REOC system. And also for other picture in the upper sectors, describe what fuel can monitor and control about the quality and also the amount of coal what we need in this day and every hours. It is a critical program because you know that's power plant is depend on managed on fuel. So we from the fuel. Finally, we control also from gas in stack. Next slide. Yeah, we can analyze in detail like this, steam water condition and also what gas performance after burner, yeah. Before we control fuel, I think it is a complete approach for making and warranty how efficient a power plant will be warranty in every times. Next slide. Yeah, because someday we depend on combustion. So today we, with my staff, making program automatic combustion tuning. I think it's important issue for my ROC today. This picture describe about the visual tracking. Tracking is important for making and assure the big problem cannot repeat again, especially in leakage in boilers and also trouble in turbine. It is if this even done, I think we lost of money and opportunity to create the efficiency value. Because you know boiler and turbine and also many parameter, we conclude that it's important to analyze and visual tracking, helping for discussion, for making engineer sure with a doubt and also discuss with this fact. It can just not only this time, but also we can reverse for years, for last years ago, we can also analyze. I think it is the power of this ROC approach. Next slide. Yeah, this program owned and created by my team, especially millennial generation. So we happy. Finally, PLN also Ministry of Energy. The afternoon, yeah, we have information interesting to use it all of power plant in Indonesia. This is controllable losses daily. The important things is our approach is what money loss in every we not proper in one parameter. More than thousands parameter, one parameter impact to the money. So I think this a good approach for operator, and also if performance impact to the money and revenue, all people will be respect. So we happy because this approach can be make people all in Indonesia Power consistent for making this ROC improve by day. And I invite you, if you have experience for discussing more, for improve this program. Next slide. How many slide next? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is last slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah. Last slide. We manage control label and also finally we have a benefit for using ROC. What benefit? I think many, especially for making, reducing in cost, increasing in efficiency, and also we compete with others you know, that we have an old power plant, but the merit so high today. We managed by ROC. We compete with new power plant, IPP in Indonesia. But no, we no worries because we have this approach. We can switch my fuel by low rank coal, and finally we use for cheap coal for making a great value for our company. I think it's all our presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Masih mute, Pak. Nggak dengar, Bapak.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted, I guess.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pak Aksin. It's a comprehensive presentation that shows that Indonesia Power has a sophisticated system to control their power plant efficiency energy. Unfortunately, this is a very technical, so I myself cannot follow too much. I'm not an engineer, but it shows that Indonesia Power is very serious in controlling their assets and the productivity of their power plant. Okay, last but not least now, I would move to Dr. Amit Singh. Amit Kumar Singh is a doctor in, he has a PhD degree and is program manager with the Energy Environment team of IEECCE in India. With around 14 years experience in the area of energy and environment. Amit has been actively instrumental in the implementation of programs and innovative business models, accelerating the adoption of the industry energy efficiency in India, particularly with the small and medium enterprises. Okay, Amit, please start with your presentation. Before you continue, we are running a little bit late because we started also a little bit late. So we will continue with it until 5:15 or 5:20, if you agree, because we have no. This room is going to be empty. It's not. This is the last session in the room, so we can extend our time for a couple minutes. Thank you very much. So please, Dr. Amit, begin your presentation.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Mr. John Raspati. Thanks a lot. Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Amit, and I represent Institute for Sustainable Communities, a 30-year-old not-for-profit organization working in the area of sustainable manufacturing. So it's an absolute privilege to be a part of this conference, and therefore I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organization, to the organizers, and in particular, Mr. John Raspati. Mark has already set the context for this. And along with EESL, as part of a program accelerated by P4G, we have conducted this landscaping assessment in 3 countries. I mean, we are implementing a program, and one of the components of the program is aimed at replication of some of the successful business models in the area of industrial energy efficiency. Replication of these models from India to countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia. And so as part of the program, what we did, we conducted a comprehensive landscaping assessment using a mixed approach, and Mark has already shared some of the findings with this. However, if I have to kind of compile the overall findings in few lines, I'd say there is a clear intent from these countries to reduce their energy consumption. That's for sure. That's number one. Number two is, I mean, clear intent is there. There is a clear opportunity also. I mean, Mark has already kind of discussed, like he was giving example of boilers, economizers. So there is a clear sort of opportunities. There are certain amount of barriers and challenges also. So if we want to kind of tap these opportunities, we will have to address these barriers and challenges. And that is what I'm going to discuss a bit, basically discuss around some of the innovative business models. And that's the core topic of my presentation. So before I get into business, the first question is, why are we doing this? I mean, why we at IEECCE are kind of working in the area of sustainable manufacturing? The answer is very simple, because to fulfill our mission, which is to address environmental, economic, and social challenges by driving innovative sustainability and solutions, transforming communities, cities, and factories to build a better future shaped and shared by all. And to fulfill this mission, part of this thing, we have implemented around 120 projects in 30 countries, supported by various agencies, various multilateral organizations, bilateral organizations, and some of the big corporates. In the last decade or so, we have been concentrating in this circle, which is basically representing South Asia and Southeast Asia. Now, what is so unique about this region? The interesting fact is, more than half of the world population that lives inside this circle. That's on one side. The second thing is, this circle is also contributing to the overall this circle, basically the region, the countries which are located in this circle, they are making good contribution to the overall manufacturing output. Most of the supply chains are located here. So what does that mean? On the one side, we need more amount of energy, more amount of natural resources to fuel this growth. And on the other side, we've got more people to share these natural resources. So when we are saying we need to build a better future shaped and shared by all, we need to make interventions related to sustainability. We need to make interventions related to energy efficiency so that these natural resources can sustain for a longer duration. And that's where IEECCE has been working in this region to promote the concept of sustainable manufacturing. And that part of that mission only, we have conducted this study. Mark has already spoken about the findings from this study. What I'll do is I'll start from where Mark has already left. So basically, we are talking about the challenges. Now, the question is challenges. The first challenge is, I'll briefly kind of explain these challenges. So technical challenge, what I mean is, whenever you go to any industry, people are going to ask the question, has this technology been implemented somewhere else? I mean, they have doubt about the technical performance of the technology. That's the biggest challenge. The second challenge is, there are no, or I would say limited expertise available with the technical experts to kind of appraise these products. That's what I mean by the technical challenges. And for time being, if we are able to solve that challenge, the biggest challenge is related to financing. I mean, the cost of the technology is very high. And if you go to units, industries, most of the time they are going to say, we don't have money to make upfront investment. There is like limited, I would say, innovative business models. That's what is kind of, I would say, that's the main barrier, I would say. Then the third thing is institutional. What I mean by institutional challenges is we need to have a conducive ecosystem where there are mini ESCOs, where there are financing institutions who are able to appraise these projects, and we are able to see implementation of EE technologies at a scale level. The fourth challenge is related to, I would say, social dimension is basically, we can say industries, they perceive this energy efficiency related intervention as like, these are expensive things, they have doubt whether the technology will work or not work. And most important, most of the time, they don't have limited knowledge about these things. So we need to create kind of good massing awareness programs to address these. And the last thing is related to the policy. I mean, we need to have a conducive policies. I mean, as of today, because if, the electricity tariffs are lower, so what is the motivation for industries to implement E-related solutions? Now, the thing is, if we are planning to have implementation of E technologies at a scale level to achieve the targets what country has already kind of set in, we need interventions related to business models. And that's what I'm going to kind of discuss this model, which we have been kind of implementing in India. So we have got industries on one side, and then we have got, let's say, ESCO agency. We can say super ESCO in the form, in India, it is EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, which comes under Ministry of Power. What EESL is doing is, they are able to identify the opportunity. I mean, in which technology they see, there is huge opportunity, huge potential. So what we are doing is basically, we are doing the pilot demonstration of that technology. We are doing consultations. the overall goal is to make this technology as a standard offering. Technology standardization, what I mean. And that's how we are kind of taking care of the first challenge, which is related to the technical aspect. Now, the interesting thing, what ESL is doing is they are aggregating the demand on behalf of industries, and then they are basically doing a bulk procurement. In this case, I have taken an example of IEECCE motor because ESL has got a program called National Motor Replacement Program. Now, because of this bulk procurement, what is happening is we are able to reduce the cost of the technology. I mean, the cost related to higher cost of the EE technology. That's how, so what happens is when we are doing a demand aggregation, the economy of scale is coming into picture. And as a result of that, we are able to see reduction in capex of the technology. And what we have seen with some of the items in India is this discount is something in the range of 20 to 30%, depending on the technology. So that's how we are addressing the barrier of higher cost. Now, the third challenge is related to upfront investment. Industries are not willing to make upfront investment. That's where ESL is making their upfront investment. And what they are doing is they are implementing projects in something called pay as you save model. So they are getting repaid from the monetized energy savings. And how does this work? If we have to see is basically, I've got a simple graph. So this red bar is basically the total amount of energy consumption with the old technology. And this green one, light green, is basically the energy consumption with the new technology. So certainly we are going to see reduction in energy consumption. And if we convert this amount energy, which is kind of getting reduced, to monetized value, this is total amount of savings we are going to have as a result of this replacement. And as you can see, a part of this saving can be kind of repaid to the agency who is putting in their money, which is ESL in this case. And one part of this can be retained by the industry itself. So that's the beauty of this model. Industry, they don't need to do anything. I mean, everything related to technology standardization, everything is being done by ESCO. Even they don't need to make any investment also. Still, they are able to save certain amount of money on yearly basis. That's precisely the ESCO model. And this model has been very well tested. I mean, in India, you must have heard of a program called Ujala. I mean, this is the kind of scale we have achieved with respect to LED implementation. In LED also, ESL is currently running most of their program based on this business model only. Now, what we have done is, I mean, basically, if we want to achieve replication at a scale level, what we need to do is we need to work with the key players of the ecosystem to achieve that scale. And that's where we have kind of proposed, or we are kind of currently implementing a program called E2 Alliance model, where we have got mini ESCO in the pictures. Now, these mini ESCOs are basically private players who are kind of present in different parts of the country, and they have got very good network with the industries. So what is happening is these mini ESCOs, they are working as an extended arm of this super ESCO, which is ESL in this case. And they are doing all activity related to demand aggregation, they are providing technical support to industries. And end of the day, they are convincing these industries to basically participate or basically replace their energy efficient technologies. So this is the concept we tested as part of the P4G program, and now ESL has launched a formal program where they have got a channel partners this thing. And currently we are exploring to kind of implement this mini ESCO program also for some of the technologies. So what if, I mean, as I said, like in this case, if mini ESCO has to make upfront investment, so then we need to make arrangement for their financing. And that's where financing institution can come into picture. In fact, this loan can be availed by industry also, depending upon the size, ticket size of the loan itself. And the most important thing is, if we want to secure this loan amount against default, what we need to do is, we need to have some risk coverage scheme. In India, we have got a scheme called Partial Risk Sharing Facility, PRSF. So we are trying to synergize or trying to link our model with this scheme so that we can have this risk coverage of the model. So you see, I mean, what we are doing is we are working with key players of the ecosystem, and that's how, and not only working, we are doing their capacity building, we are working on monitoring and verification related services, we are providing technical support, and that's how we are addressing this challenge related to institutional aspect. And then if we kind of implement a program in this model, industries, because they don't need to make any upfront investment, still they are saving certain amount of money, the perceived risk by the industries, that also improves. And that's how we care of the challenge related to social aspects. Now, even in this model also, if you see, I mean, if we want to, end of the day, if we want to kind of have accelerated deployment of EE technologies, what we can do is we can reduce the interest rate being charged by these financing institutions. And what we can do for that is we can create a revolving fund-based mechanism. And this revolving fund can be contributed, I mean, seed money from different supporting organizations. For example, in India, ESL, they have got Jeff support for creating this revolving fund. Last thing about this model is what we are doing in 3 states of India as part of the P4G program is something called DSM program, Demand Side Management Program. So if you see, with EE implementation models, we have seen 2 types of problem. One is related to the access to financing, and we are addressing this by having this financing institutions and linked with the risk coverage scheme. The second one is repayment mechanism, and that is where we are working with the utility, electricity supply companies. We are exploring this in 3 states, India. So as part of that, utility will become part of this model, and they will kind of support the overall model by helping ESL to collect the money or the upfront investment which was made through monetized energy savings. So that's overall the model which we are working in India. And we are not only working, we are also basically working with key stakeholders in the country to make policy related interventions. And that's how we are taking care of the last, which was on the policy bucket. So that's the overall model we are doing. A slight, we can say, extended form of this model could be, what if, I mean, if to basically secure the payment against default, we can have insurance-based mechanisms, and the money can come from some of the revolving fund-based mechanisms. So that's the other model which we are trying in India that can be very well applicable to countries like Indonesia and other countries in the region. What we have done is, the landscape assessment, what we did, I mean, we have published this report. This can be accessed, the link, and I'll request my colleague to kind of share this link with you also, that you can go through the link. And what we did, whatever findings we had from this assessment, in order to validate, we kind of convened a stakeholder conference along with MASKI and Asia Clean Energy partners. And we had like all key stakeholders from the ecosystem. And it was very helpful. I mean, the idea was how can we kind of take forward the learnings or whatever we have observed in this landscaping assessment. So that's what we are doing currently. And the last thing is, I mean, I would like to acknowledge the effort which have been kind of put in by different agencies. However, if we see the size of the opportunity, and if we see the gravity of the challenges and all, what we believe is like we need to work together. And that's what we believe in, like together, certainly we can address this challenge and we can have energy efficiency implementation at a scale level. And I'll be happy to kind of connect with the other organizations and we can take the discussions forward. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to John Raspati for providing us this platform and one such collaborative platform where we can discuss this model, we can discuss and then we can take these things forward. Thanks a lot. I'll be happy to take any questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for the extensive presentation. And I've heard something about IEECCE. I have been encountered with him a couple of years ago, but we lost contact to each other, unfortunately. Okay, I would like to pose some questions to you, but first there are questions from the audience. There are 2 questions at least. So I can't find, but let me question one. I begin with Amit Singh for this. I understand that the ESL is a super ESCO. That's what you saw, what you showed, owned and financed by the government of India, either using the state budget or sourced from international donors. In Indonesia, we have been tossing with this idea for quite some time, but the challenge is how to establish the super ESCO without hurting the private companies' opportunities. Could you give some advice on this issue, briefly?
Yeah. So certainly, I mean, that's the thought process we are also having. So what if in case if ESL is not able to kind of work in Indonesia, or I mean, if we are planning to have a super ESCO in Indonesia itself, I mean, the model which I discussed, that revolving fund-based mechanism. So then there itself we can have a entity which is being supervised by government agency, but it could be a not-for-profit organization which can kind of continue to create all activities what ESL is doing. And as part of the program, we will be along with ESL, we will be happy to kind of support that thing with all the required technical assistance. So that's how we are trying to kind of as of now we are kind of envisaging. What we are going to do is we are going to have one-to-one meeting with some of the key players in Indonesia, including MASKI, and along with you, then we will try to set up one.
So you are lucky, ESSL is lucky that Indian government is willing to finance and to set up the super ESCO, but it is challenging, much challenging in Indonesia to establish one like yours. Thank you very much, Amit. Next, I would like to ask Mark Lister. What would you like to advise Indonesian government and the industrial stakeholders to tackle the barrier of investing in EE project? You know that that EE project is not so sexy compared to renewable energy, for example. How would you do that?
Well, I mean, it's I went through in the presentation. I went through some of the things that needed to be done, you know, to try to improve this. I mean, we have to keep making the case for the attractiveness of energy efficiency compared to other policy, other projects, other investments, because the returns are usually there. The technology is usually there. We can achieve good results with known technologies, and it can be very quick to implement compared to other options. But like you said, it's not very attractive. It's not very sexy because it's invisible. You know, it's not something that it's easy to get political traction around it. And there's also the sense that saving energy is somehow means people going without energy that they need. So this is a perception that we have to try to overcome. And you know, so I think there's a lot needs to be done in all you know, in all different ways from government side on the information and awareness raising around some of these aspects about how appealing the opportunities are, but then also incentives around helping people to take the steps. Maybe they don't think it's as attractive as it is, that they can actually, you know, the sorts of things that Amit's talking about, where you can actually provide funding models to overcome that first cost barrier as well. So, you know, these incentives and revolving funds, other funds like that. Really, mostly for government, it's about focusing on the opportunity, understanding the opportunity, and then being able to propose some ways to take the opportunity, including the other part of it is to say regulations and enforcement, which is a strong message that I gave in my talk.
I think the opportunity, if we are talking about opportunity, people see that very big. You know, even the government in the new regulation is opening the door for ESCO to do business with the Indonesian government. But the problem is, again, there is a lacking of regulation, at least the operational regulation to do such thing. Perhaps we can copy, or we can propose to the government to establish a super ESCO like what Indian. What do you make of it? A super ESCO in Indonesia.
Yeah, it's well, it is one of the solutions, and we've seen great success in India as Amit went through. You know, I think, as you said, it's in your comments as well, John. I think it's very important, the government involvement with the Super ESCO in India. This gives it some credibility, you know, some legitimacy. Without that government leadership, it's difficult to see how the Super ESCO could be formed and then work with all the other ESCOs. Because without that role or that legitimacy from the government, maybe backed with some funding sources to fund these sorts of projects, you know, these are the things that are needed to create such a thing in Indonesia. So that's something that we have the example of India where it has worked well. We would need to try to push for political leadership in Indonesia to try to create such a thing.
I agree with you. I think the thing is that Indonesia would like to, well, especially people, parliament, for example, if Indonesia wants to establish this one, they will you know, think that Indonesia is going to create a monopoly. For example, Indonesia is the only one ESCO company, which is the EMI, Energy Management Indonesia, but they are not set properly to be ready for doing ESCO. So that could be an opportunity in Indonesia if the AMI is going to be elevated into super ESCO of some kind. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's different models you can take this forward. You know, there's different building blocks that you need. Probably good to work on existing models and to bring them up rather than try to create something new. And you know, I think it's really about the configuration, how well you can structure the projects, how well you can create the confidence in the projects that come out, and also the interesting, I would also say, interesting the linkage between super ESCOs and growing the ESCO industry overall, because one thing that that I think we can, in looking at what's happened in India, ESL has become very large, and it hasn't always been that relationship to sort of create other ESCOs that are operating independently yet supported by the super ESCO. I think that's quite difficult. So to create that decentralization to really grow the intermediary markets at this, you know, through the super ESCO, I think it's quite challenging. So there's a lot of relationships that need to be built up, and it will take time.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much, Mark. Matthias, Indonesia has been trying to adopt suitable technology on how to solve the waste of particularly municipal waste problem all these years, you know that, but never has been quite successful because of many reasons. How would you convince the stakeholders that your solution is workable in Indonesia? And how would you approach the government or local government to get their attention?
I think the question is very much on what you commented earlier about. It's not so much about why doing this, it's more like how to do it, and it reflects on your question here. And one of, like listed in my presentations, there are some barriers we have been talking about earlier here about that it's not that sexy to work on waste solutions. And finding and identifying revenue streams and opportunities for saving money is of course one important part, but also as mentioned, waste issues and waste challenges are rather, you know, high priority in Indonesia at the moment.
Yeah.
So this is like a combination of finding solutions long-term on a pressing challenge that sort of affects people's health, economy, tourism, etc., etc. And also trying to find ways of saving money on, maybe you can replace a fuel or something, but it's a step-by-step solution. And definitely from the studies we have made in West Java and also in East Java and other places, shows that the potentials are there, but maybe looking at the context in Indonesia, where tipping fees, for example, is a challenge, as sort of in the Q&A here I was answering some questions, that you need to find other revenue streams. You need to do a step-by-step solution. And I would say another really important part is to have support from regional levels and so on, to find regional solutions, and not at the moment a lot of it is local, and going for regional solutions involving businesses and corporations with that is important. So there are many opportunities, I would say, and definitely it's possible to save money, but saving money is perhaps not the same as getting money, so to speak. So I mean, I think we all agree on energy efficiency is really you know, it's it doesn't give you money in the hand, but it saves you money. So
Yes.
it's really a profitable thing, but it's not profitable in the same way as, you know, getting
Yeah,
money.
I know.
So again, I think there are plenty of opportunities, both large scale, small scale, with private companies or with public bodies.
Okay. Do you know, in my personal view, in any way and at all costs, as a matter of fact, it is the government obligation to get rid of the waste, right? So regardless if the waste can be converted into energy or not, the government is responsible to solve that problem.
Yeah.
What do you think?
But let me just turn here, because from our perspective, we don't get rid of the waste. We make sort of a profit from the waste. Waste is not a waste. It's more like a resource. It's really important to sort of use some of the waste streams profitable. A lot of the things we see as very sort of success factors in Sweden are really about using existing resource flows that earlier was waste to in sort of modern innovation and to make profitable high value products in like energy, in other food stuff and other things. So it's really about not seeing as something you need to get rid of. It's not like always a burden. It's actually something that is valuable.
Yeah, I agree
with
that.
So it's a shift of mind shift.
Yes, I know, I understand that. But in Indonesia especially, there is so many players, so many parties are involved in that. And because the waste has been, well, I would not say neglected, but not having much attention to so many years, that people are getting used to utilize that waste as a source of income. But not for the government or for the city, but for the individual. That is a problem in here, and that need times to because that will pose social problem as you understand that, because people are getting their income from the waste, you know, and that is the biggest challenge in Indonesia to get this properly managed. But thank you very much for your insight, and I hope that we can have the opportunity to look into your study in West Java, so we can probably help each other to make Indonesia is ready to solve the municipal waste forever. Okay, then I will move to Pak Taufan or Mas Taufan. So I understand that you have shown many examples for the success of your approach, but my only question is how you have convinced your supply chains to follow what Astra wants. Taufan?
Okay. Thank you, Pak John. That's a good question. I think let me answer in bahasa.
Silakan.
Okay. Untuk make sure supplier kita ya, Astra pada dasarnya untuk benar-benar mengikuti kebijakan dan peraturan gitu ya yang diatur oleh Astra, kita secara periodik dan kita memastikan sekali gitu ya penerapan beberapa prosedur kita, khususnya kita tadi kemas dalam sebuah management system Astra Green Company dan Astra Green Energy, itu diterapkan karena memang secara periodik kita assess, kita evaluasi para suppliernya, dan blessingnya sebenarnya saat ini mostly suppliernya Astra saat ini kita kuatkan memang value chain ya, jadi memang sama-sama grup Astra. Jadi beberapa memang kita masih bisa pastikan mereka mengikuti prosedur dan kebijakan kita. Tapi khusus untuk yang bukan grup Astra, kita pastikan sekali dengan penerapan tadi sistem manajemen yang ada.
Oke, jadi Astra sebetulnya mengambil kebijakan integrated company ya, integrated corporation. Jadi anak buahnya, supply chain-nya juga Astra semua. Begitu ya?
Betul,
Ya?
Pak John.
Oke. Jadi yang bukan Astra hanya sedikit, gitu kira-kira. Oke, terima kasih Taufan. Last but not least for Pak Aksin, sorry, saya selalu keliru, mohon maaf Pak. Tadi Bapak menyampaikan bahwa yang namanya REOC itu sangat efektif dan saya lihat impress terhadap sistem itu Pak Aksin. Tapi saya belum melihat tadi bagaimana hasil daripada REOC ini untuk meningkatkan efisiensi energi sebagai taruhlah monetary value, berapa yang telah di-save dengan menggunakan sistem ini. Bahasa Indonesia boleh Pak, silakan Pak.
Iya, terima kasih. Tadi sudah ada yang menghubungi saya untuk bekerja sama ROC, bisa atau tidak saya katakan bisa nih, sekalian biar kita terbuka.
Iya.
Dan tentu saja ujung-ujungnya adalah revenue yang bertambah dengan menurunkan cost.
Betul.
Jadi kami sudah bisa menghitung kehilangan 10 kilokalori di dalam parameter tertentu, misalnya di superheater gitu ya, yang seharusnya temperaturnya segini, tapi jadi segitu, itu langsung bisa dijadikan monetisasi menjadi berapa juta dalam satu hari. Nah inilah yang kita bangun, kemudian semua diagregatkan menjadi BPP. Bapak-bapak, saya beritahu bahwa tahun lalu sebelum kami belum menerapkan ROC, BPP total kita itu sekitar 1.100 lebih rupiah per kWh. Ya, setelah ROC ini kita implementasikan dengan semua unit-unit yang kami punya, dengan batu bara tadi lebih baik, BPP itu turun menjadi sekitar 700. Bayangkan nih, BPP itu biaya pokok produksi listrik. Nah, setelah kita telusuri, memang itu ada kontribusi sehingga BPP ini bisa turun, sehingga revenue kita meningkat tajam, ya, dengan pengurangan cost dari 1.100 rupiah menjadi sekitar 700. Nah, sekarang ini kami sudah bisa saving lagi, di triwulan ini sudah sekitar 600-an, kepala 6 rupiah per kWh. Nah, karena ini bekerja nyata dengan kolaborasi semua pihak. Ya, ROC itu kan bisa diakses di semua titik yang punya otorisasi dan semua sektor, semua pegawai, kontribusinya juga bisa dilihat dari sini. Termasuk juga mesin-mesin utama atau penunjangnya. Jadi demikian bisa kita jelaskan bahwa kita selama ini BPP-nya atau turun dan pendapatan kita meningkat.
Oke. Terima kasih Pak Aksi. Satu pertanyaan lagi ada tadi dari audiens mengatakan pemerintah Indonesia ini sekarang sudah punya komitmen untuk mempensiun PLTU, sedangkan Bapak punya banyak PLTU. Ya, bagaimana Bapak mengantisipasi kebijakan pemerintah ini untuk menjadi green atau memenuhi komitmen internasional mengurangi pemanfaatan coal?
Jadi kita ikut pemerintah dan tahun 2050 karbon netral sudah nggak ada PLTU 2050 itu. Ini sudah disampaikan dari Direktur PLN ke Kementerian dan Presiden nampaknya juga sudah mengerti gambaran ini. Tetapi PLTU memang sudah nggak dikembangkan lagi di Jawa Bali. Ya kecuali mungkin
sudah di stop ya.
Tetapi kita kan pakai clean energy, clean coal teknologi, kemudian juga melalui biomas ya kita melakukan co-firing. Jadi sampah-sampah kota itu sudah kami olah menjadi pelet-pelet atau briket, sekarang sudah masuk di PLTU. Dan ini target kita 5% sampai 30%. Ini menjadi bagian EBT yang sangat murah. Tadi yang dari Swedia dan dari ini kan kalau bisa ya pakai existing tapi dengan inovasi. Nah sehingga pemakaian batu bara akan berkurang dengan biomas yang nambah tadi. Nah termasuk juga efisiensi energi dan bagaimana tadi ilmu-ilmu dari pencerahan lain kita aplikasikan sampai tahun 2050 nanti memang sudah tidak ada. Dan kita mengembangkan banyak renewable sekarang di seluruh Indonesia. Silahkan nanti kalau ada potensi hubungi kami untuk kerjasama.
Terima kasih Pak, terima kasih. Jadi kami senang bahwa sudah difikirkan ke sana. Jadi Bapak tidak khawatir nanti ada stranded assets kalau pemerintah memutuskan menghentikan pemakaian coal, karena tekanan-tekanan internasional itu juga besar, Pak. Jadi kita tidak bisa sendirian memutuskan itu. Ya. Terima kasih Pak Aksin. Tadi masih ada satu pertanyaan yang kelewatan. This is for Amit. Yeah. Are there any regulation that specifically regulates the revolving fund or financing fund on other similar fund for EE projects in India? This is from the audience. Can you answer that?
So thanks for this question. So I mentioned two things. One is this partial risk sharing facility. So that's basically the program which is being implemented by SIDBI and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, supported by World Bank. So that's how this is operating. Regarding the revolving fund, we have created the initial structure of the revolving fund, and we have kind of submitted it to the ministry for their approval. So once we get that approval, it will get implemented.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amit, for this answer. I hope that answered the question of Mr. Singgin, that is from EMI, from the Energy Management Indonesia. So that's the company I mentioned just now, that's the only state-owned company that is supposed to be doing ESCO business. Okay, thank you very much for all. I think we are limited to the time. We have run over about half an hour, but we are lucky that this room is now free, so we can continue on and on, but we have to be limited by time. So thank you very much for all distinguished speaker. And we hope that we can keep in touch to each other, because I'm representing Maske as well. So certainly we would like to see you, Amit, next time. Certainly we are going to see, to keep in touch with all the speakers of this interesting subject. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thanks a lot for this opportunity. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Thank you everyone.
Yeah, thank you Pak John.
Menjadi pemimpin butuh persiapan. Untuk wujudkan mimpi satu demi satu, harus bekerja sama mempersiapkan masa depan untuk hadapi segala rintangan. Dan gapai kemenangan, raih hasil terbaik untuk perusahaan. Dengan payroll dari BTN Solusi yang sistemnya praktis dan otomatis. Juga benefit selangit. Wujudkan impian dengan kredit ringan. Jaringan ATM-nya luas. Karyawan juga makin berkembang dengan pelatihan finansial dan wirausaha. Dan pastinya bisa bantu karyawan miliki rumah lebih mudah dengan KPR, guys. Karena hidup kita gak cuma tentang hari ini, tapi juga untuk esok nanti. Bersama BTN Solusi, impian jadi terlaksana. Dari Bank BTN.
Kenapa kita harus berubah?
Indonesia terus bergerak cepat bersama roda ekonomi dunia. Sekarang saatnya beradaptasi. Eranya bertransformasi. Tapi, kenapa masih ada yang ragu?
Digital, bukannya ribet ya? Emang usaha saya bisa diapain lagi pakai digital?
Sinkronisasi data pakai digital. Aman kah? Untuk terus melesat, jadilah bagian dari perubahan sekarang juga. Saatnya bisnis Anda melesat bersama Telkomsel My Business. Partner terpercaya dengan rangkaian solusi digital. Untuk menunjang segala kebutuhan bisnis Anda menuju pencapaian yang lebih baik. Karena sekarang saatnya melesat.
Jadi gimana cuanya, Pak?
Kalau saya sih baru aja beli emas. Nih, lumayan kan? Siapa tahu naik lagi, ya nggak?
Kalau saya sih nggak main emas, Pak. Saya mendingan main ini aja. Nggak nyangka, beli setahun yang lalu, malah jadi untung.
Kalau saya, invest di tanaman hias aja. Bisa beli berlipat cuannya.
Mah, pada tinggi-tinggi ya cuannya. Tapi kalau cuan aja nggak fleksibel, repot juga ya. Kalau aku sih cari cuannya di sini aja. Bunganya lebih tinggi dari tabungan biasa loh.
Tapi jangan lupa, harus fleksibel diambilnya. Harus longgar. Dan semudah mindahin dari rekening kamu ke aku.
Wah, mantul!
Cuan lebih tinggi, fleksibilitas tak terbatas.
Bank Negara Indonesia bertekad untuk terus maju, bergerak membangun bangsa, dan berkomitmen untuk senantiasa memberikan yang terbaik bagi pemerintah dan masyarakat Indonesia. BNI ikut serta dalam mewujudkan sebuah konsep kota impian masa depan, kota cerdas yang terintegrasi dengan teknologi, mengelola sumber daya secara efektif, melalui digitalisasi transaksi untuk meningkatkan kualitas hidup masyarakatnya. BNI sepenuhnya mendukung arahan pemerintah dalam mendorong penerapan program Smart City pada beberapa pemerintahan daerah di Indonesia. Penerapan Smart City pada sebuah kota atau kabupaten memberikan begitu banyak kemudahan dalam bertransaksi, transparansi pemerintahan daerah, dan meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan publik. Dengan jaringan cabang BNI yang luas, channel transaksi online yang beragam, Smart City telah sukses diaplikasikan di sebagian besar pemerintahan daerah di Indonesia. Dengan ikut berpartisipasi dalam mensukseskan program Smart City, BNI telah turut mewujudkan cashless society dalam meningkatkan pelayanan di daerah seperti digitalisasi dan transparansi proses transaksi keuangan pemerintah daerah, memberikan solusi untuk peningkatan penerimaan pajak asli daerah dengan sistem yang terintegrasi dan real-time online, dan meningkatkan kepercayaan publik terhadap transparansi retribusi, penyaluran anggaran, dan pelayanan pemerintah daerah. BNI menghadirkan solusi terbaik yang efektif dan efisien dalam membantu pengelolaan penyaluran anggaran daerah dengan BNI Direct SP 2D Online. BNI juga membantu peningkatan pendapatan pajak asli daerah melalui solusi penerimaan pajak daerah serta solusi transaksi cashless lainnya. BNI terus berinovasi dan menyediakan solusi yang sejalan dengan dimensi-dimensi Smart City. Untuk Indonesia, kami selalu ada, dimanapun, kapanpun. BNI, melayani negeri kebanggaan bangsa.
BNI.
It's easy to be blinded by the urgent issues facing our planet. But to shut our eyes is not in our DNA. We look at problems not as one big challenge. We break them down into a spectrum of solutions. Leveraging our pioneering and digital technologies to co-create innovative solutions with our partners and customers across the entire value chain. Powering efficiency by creating a smarter, more flexible power grid. Powering resilience and reliability by digitalizing the energy value chain. Powering safety by enabling